Sisters, before we begin, I want to make this absolutely clear. The following broadcast contains public domain courtroom footage, commentary, and legal analysis. This content is presented under the Fair Use Doctrine as defined by 17 U.S.C. 107 and is protected by multiple Supreme Court rulings, which you see below. This stream is transformative, educational, and journalistic in nature. It includes original commentary, trial breakdowns, legal interpretation, and critical analysis, not raw redistribution. We do not claim ownership over any public domain footage, and all use is strictly within legal bounds. If you're watching this content, you're engaging in a protected, transformative experience, grounded in law, never in speculation. And if anyone has a problem with that, take it up with Campbell, Brady, Miranda, and Irvin. Remember, guys, justice always works better when we watch. So keep watching. See you in the courtroom.
The second light was dim and also had the tree blocking its view, so it was very dark at that spot.
Come back and approach you with this exhibit again. And if you could, we will use the red pen again, just because it'll stand out. Put with an X where you first saw Karim when you came to the park, before you moved him and started CPR.
Well, I was able to see figures from my back fence when I glanced over, so I would say technically the first time I saw people was at that time.
Okay, but when you got to the park, when you actually walked across the street,
Mm-hmm.
and you got close, like we were talking about yesterday, up 15 feet away, and before you moved Karim to begin CPR, would you be able to say in this area with an X where his body was before you moved it?
Oh, I see. You want me to? So, actually, in this image may be a little easier to do it. But,
Okay, well, let's hold off on that real quick. So we'll come to people 63, and with 63, one thing I forgot to ask is if we look at the right side of the page of the exhibit, is that going in the direction of your house on Sycamore?
It is.
When we look at the left side of the page, is that going in the same direction towards 113 that you used as a diagram or as an arrow on here?
It is.
So with that being said, we'll do the exact same thing we did on this one, starting with first with an X. Where was Karim when you first saw him?
Is it okay if I do a stick figure instead? I'll show the shift that I saw when I first got there.
Yes, if that's easier, that's fine with me.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Now, with the green pen again, can you draw where the bike was before the second male took it? And we'll switch to the blue. And the stick figure you drew, let's draw the second male and where he was when you first saw him. Great. I think we're running out of markers here. Let's go back with our green one. And with an arrow, can you draw the path of travel you saw the male go when he got up, when he grabbed the bike, and then when he left? Would you be able to draw where he moved from here to the bike as well?
Actually, that's not completely accurate. He ran over, he jumped over to grab something off the ground and then ran over to the bike. He just leaned over for a short period of time, so.
All right, we'll describe that in just a second. All right, permission to publish that?
Okay.
Now, Dr. Massey, with people 63 that you saw, or that you seen and marked up. Now, just so we're clear, because it's a little hard to see in the overhead, this right here is the red stick figure that you drew, is that correct?
That is correct.
And that's where Karim was when you first saw him.
That is correct.
Now this one right here on my exhibit, it looks blue, but it looks dark black on here. Is that where you saw the other male?
And yes, it is.
Now, when you first saw them, step back for a second. When you first saw them looking over your fence, were they both on the ground? Were they standing up?
They were both on the ground.
And so from the time you first saw them to the time you got to the park, no change in their position.
No movement, no change, no sounds, nothing.
And so then looking to the left of that blue stick figure, when I asked you to draw the path of travel, you drew this line up here to this area, correct?
That is
Above the
correct.
backpack?
Correct.
And then this one that goes along the fence line to where you drew what is a green bicycle.
Correct.
And then you drew this path of travel, this line that goes off of the page to the left side of the exhibit.
That's correct. The male moved toward the bike, leaned over to his right, grabbed something off the ground I did not see, and then grabbed the bike quickly and started running with the bike at his side toward the path.
Now going back to people 62 for a second. Now this, you're familiar with this bike path, correct?
Very.
And have you walked it over 113 before?
Yes.
When you saw the male get on the bike and start riding away, how far did you run after him?
I ran up to the light. So we both, I should, if it's okay, step back for just a moment to say why I chased him.
Well, let me ask you, why did you chase him?
Because I was trying to process the scene. I did not suspect it was such a serious situation. I thought it might be a simple bike collision. But when he jumped up so quickly and took off running, that seemed suspicious to me. But I also thought maybe I spooked him or something. And so as I got closer with the iPhone flashlight, I could not see at all. But as I got close enough to Karim, I saw the extent of the injuries were very serious, more than you would expect with a simple bike collision. And that's when I took off running. But at that point, the male had already made it most of the way to that light post and was on their way to running away. I took off running after them, and to be completely honest, I wasn't sure what I wanted to do. I didn't want him to get away, but I also didn't know what was going on. There was a lot of uncertainty in the moment. When I got within about 10 feet of the male, I was closing on him as he was starting to try to pedal away, and he turned to his left. He didn't look me directly in the eye, but he looked over to see where I was at, and he said something along the lines of, "What do you want, man? Leave me alone." His voice sounded like a young male. He seemed concerned I was chasing him. He was acting in a way that made me disengage my chase because I couldn't imagine when you see something like that, you imagine it's done by a monster or something like that, not from a young person. And so I thought I was chasing a scared young man, so I stopped and turned my attention toward the victim.
At that point, when you stopped, when you disengaged, did, you just described, did he continue to bike off?
Yes, I watched him to make sure he was safely away from me so that I could not worry that he might return. The last thing I saw was he was starting to pedal up over that footbridge, and then I ran back to Karim.
At any point when you're watching the other male pedal away and he's trying to get across the footbridge. Was that the last you saw him?
In that night, yes.
He never stopped, came back, or anything like that?
He never looked back. When I was chasing him, my focus was on his hands and his face, because I thought if he would attack me, those are what I've been taught are the things you'll see. People will telegraph their intentions. He had nothing in his hands. He kept his hands on the bike, and the only thing I saw of his face was when he turned it to the side, and I got a very clear view of the side and also of him looking back to see where I was at. But he never turned back to look at me. He pedaled away as fast as he could.
When you got that clear look of inside his face, his eyes, can you describe that?
So, to be completely honest as much as I can be here, I did not see a straight-on view of his face. He did not turn completely around. Imagine if you're being chased and you wanted to just glance over your shoulder to see how close the person was. That was the view I got. But it was enough that I learned a lot of details of his description. He had fair skin, no beard, no blemishes. He had very dark features, dark eyebrows, and as he pedaled away, the wind, he had hair, sort of long, curly hair that when he biked away, it sort of flowed out. It flung out in the wind. He was wearing some kind of zippered jacket or shirt and a white t-shirt underneath, and as he biked away, that also billowed out. And so I was able to get a good view of the contours of his face, the type of hair he had. I was close enough to see his body build, his height.
The sweatshirt you were describing, or what he was wearing over that white t-shirt, what color was it?
I honestly don't remember. I've thought hard about it, and I'm not sure.
Do you remember, was it light colored, was it dark colored?
I believe it was light colored, but it's not clear to me in my mind. I remember it was unzipped and billowed out, but I was looking very closely at his hands and his face when I was chasing him, and I do regret I did not sort of try to get a broader description of him. I was really worried that this was going to be a confrontation.
When you said you disengaged in the chase, do you know how far you ran after him, like the distance you ran?
To the pole. It was
That
not
pole
long. That pole we saw, yeah. So by the time I finished chasing him, I was standing under the light and he was biking away. And then I turned back into the darkness to check on Karim.
And when you went back to check on Karim, what did you see when you saw him?
His eyes were open, and he had a look of terror on his face. There was a significant amount of bleeding, particularly from the left side of his body. His arms had wounds on them, and I went to the right side of him. I told him, "I'm sorry, this is going to hurt." And I know it's odd to tell someone who's unconscious that, but I, as a practice, do that with all my patients. I can't know if they can hear me or not. and I started to remove his backpack. At that time, actually, I should step back. Before that, I called 911. The first thing I wanted was someone on scene as fast as possible. So I called 911. That call was incredibly short. I essentially said, I have a person who's had multiple stab wounds. I'm a doctor. I need to start CPR. Please bring the police and the EMS as rapidly as possible. I need to go, and I hung up. The reason I mentioned I was a doctor is I didn't want help knowing how to do CPR. I didn't want to interact with them. I wanted to focus on Karim. While I was making the call, he was choking. He was choking. I thought about your question yesterday.
I want to hold off on
Okay, sorry.
No, you're okay. So you called 911 and copy that 911 call. I want to play a portion of it. If you recognize your voice, if that's the 911 call.
Sure.
So we have a situation now.
Okay.
And we have transcripts as well.
Okay. Like the transcripts marked, according to this, that's in order. I think this should be the second. After the playing of the exhibit, would you return the transcripts back the way you got them?
You're on people's exhibit 31.
We have a court come. Do you want the witness to have a copy? This is the tool.
Thank you.
Emergency?
Yes, I have a man down. It looks like he was attacked with a knife.
Where?
I am at Sycamore, the corner of Sycamore and Colby. There's a school there in Davis.
Is he by himself?
He is by himself. There was an assailant on a bike. He's on the ground gasping for air. I chased the assailant. He ran away. He was young.
And how do you know that he was stabbed? Does he have stab marks, or do you see him
Yeah,
bleeding?
he's bleeding out. I'm a doctor. I will start CPR soon.
Where is he bleeding from?
His entire body, his face, his arm, his body, his torso.
Okay. All right, hold on for
Yeah.
1 second.
Okay.
Okay, so we are sending medical attention as well as the police. What was your first name?
My first name is Matt, last name Matthew. I'm going to start CPR right now. They need to get here soon. The attack just happened.
Okay, do we have a suspect information?
I'm sorry?
Do we have suspect information?
I do not, unfortunately. It is a young man on a bike. He's got black curly hair.
I thought you said you didn't have suspect information. You do?
When I came in to see him, it was dark. I ran to him. I said, "Are you okay? What's going on?" He said, "Nothing, man. What are you doing?" He got on his bike and he ran away really quick. Left the person behind bleeding. So That's all I got. He went on a bike, he took off. I don't know if this person is
We don't know the name of it?
I don't, I'm sorry, it's so dark. All I know is he's a young.
You know the direction he went?
He went over the 113 bridge. There's a bridge here by the park. He took off on the trail over the 113 bridge. I really do need to start keep going.
Okay, all right, go ahead, then. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, bye.
And Dr. Massey, that was you on that 911 call.
It was.
So, after you placed the call 911, did you attempt at that point to perform life-saving measures on Karim?
I did. As I mentioned, I removed his backpack, slid his body onto the path, put his backpack under his legs, and then started CPR. I knew immediately he had devastating wounds.
Why do you say that?
When you do CPR, you want your compressions to be about 1/3 the depth of the body. And when you do CPR, you feel a lot of resistance. I did not feel resistance with him as much. He was, with each compression, I was hearing air escape from his lungs. His abdomen distended, which told me he had internal bleeding. And at that time, I was really worried that he would survive.
In your attempts at CPR, did you get any sort of response from him?
He was just coughing on the blood in his airway, and then nothing. He never regained consciousness. And I should mention, when I moved him, his body was limp.
How long did you attempt CPR, or how long did you perform CPR?
Based on the camera footage, it would have been about 6 minutes, which was exhausting. I brought my document if we wanted to go over specific times, but it was around 6 minutes.
When you say you document, you referred to that a little bit yesterday. That's something that you typed up to sort of memorialize what you had seen.
That's correct.
Okay. So you had mentioned that you had had some cameras that were pointed in the direction of Sycamore and part of the park.
That's correct.
And you provided those to law enforcement.
I did. I also provided it to the defense team as well as to your team.
And you've reviewed those since
Yep,
April 29th of 2023.
correct.
Okay, so we're going to show you Exhibit 16.
What is this? What are we doing?
Oh, these are the videos
Videos.
from Dr. Massey's house.
Okay, and do we have a stipulation on this, Mr. Hutchinson?
I will stipulate to what they are. I think that's the foundation for the time, and I don't have that information that Dr. Massey can provide, I'm sure.
Thank you.
I provided that document. It's in the.
Hold on just a
Oh,
second.
sorry.
I'll have some follow-up questions on this.
Oh, apologies.
Okay. All right, and, right now, before we play, Dr. Massey, is this one of your Nest video cameras?
It is.
Which direction is this pointing to?
This is pointing toward the southwest side of my home. This is the front door, and it is pointing toward Sycamore, which Sycamore Drive is running along the top of the screen.
And do you have that laser pointer in front of you?
I do.
If you could with that, just point to where Sycamore is.
Sycamore runs here, and this is Colby here.
What time on this camera, what time did it start recording?
So all my cameras are synchronized to network time protocol, so I can tell you to the second this starts at 21:08 on April 29th, 2023.
21:08, that's military time, right?
Correct.
So that would be 9:08.
PM.
Playing the video. And while we're playing this portion of it, Dr. Massey, the video is a little bit over 5 minutes long. Is there a lot of time where you don't hear anything of significance to you in this?
That's correct. At this point, we haven't seen Karim's bike enter the view. I could have probably cut this to be shorter.
That's okay. As we're watching this portion right now, on your front camera, is there something that was captured that you had heard that night?
Yes, I heard Karim's screams for help. I believe that's Karim's bike.
We paused at 3:10 into the video, and Dr. Massey, were you able, or are you able to tell where, or if we had heard Karim's cries for help?
Yes, I heard it, but I believe you may need to have headphones on to hear it. It's subtle with all the noise. Bearing in mind that that camera is at the front of the house pointing to the south, and the park where this happened was on the north side of my home.
And where in your review of the videos, your time stamping of this video, would that be captured on this? Or what time did that happen?
9:50, I'm sorry, 9:10 and 50 seconds, so just before 9:11 on April 29th, 2023.
So very hard to hear in this one, but if you listen to it in more of a closed environment with headphones, you'd be able to hear that.
Yes, I've listened to it, and it's
I'm sorry, you drove off there.
you can hear it.
Did you hear it when we played it?
Yes, I did. It's faint. The thing is, I know the sound of it because I've heard it through headphones, and so my brain is primed to hear it.
Right, thank you.
Now, you had a backyard camera as well. Now, can you orient us to this? What are we seeing?
This is pointing toward my back gate. This would be the northwest corner of my home. If you were to stand looking at that gate, you would be looking directly into Sycamore Park. I should use a laser pointer because this is the gate. It's like a door. And then Sycamore Park would be over here.
And so you were saying off to the left of this.
Off to the left, yes, is where Sycamore Park would be. This video starts at 9:11 p.m.
In this one, were you able to hear the cries for help that you just described?
No, this camera's inside the home, and for privacy, I have the audio turned off. This is strictly a video. There's no audio.
And can you give us an idea, what are we going to see in this one?
This is just a timeline of when I was responding. I heard the commotion. I looked over my fence.
Is that what you're doing right now?
Correct. And I could see in Sycamore Park there were people down. And then I ran out the door to help. And you can see how quickly I'm moving. I went as quickly as I could. The rest of the video is really not particularly illuminating except to show the time when I returned back from the scene and when the police arrived.
It looked like before you had left your backyard, and just right afterwards, along the beam line towards the end of the beam, it looked like there had been some lights or things like that. Did you see those?
I did. Actually, you could see from the front yard camera how often cars drive that road. I actually needed to pause before I crossed to let a car go by.
There's nothing playing.
Counsel, is that a separate exhibit, the video?
They're both on 16.
16 has two videos?
Yes. Now, Dr. Afterwith, when you were performing CPR on Karim, could you tell, I know you said that his injuries are devastating. What injuries were you able to see externally?
The injuries I saw were to his face and arms. And then I did not take off his clothes because that would have taken time. I was focused on compressions, but as I was doing the compressions, as I had mentioned, I heard air escaping from his left lung with each compression, which made me believe that he had penetrating injuries to his lung. In addition, with each compression, his stomach, his abdomen became distended, which meant I was pushing blood, which was inside his torso, leading me to believe there were devastating internal organ injuries. I also saw over time that the color of his skin changed as well. He was losing significant amount of blood.
Is the skin color changing, is that because of the loss of blood?
That's correct.
When you were doing chest compressions, could you see blood exiting Karim's body?
I saw it pooling and the pool getting larger, but I did not see the actual exit wound itself. He was wearing clothing. His clothing was soaked in blood. My hands and arms were soaked in blood.
Did you see any puncture wounds on Karim's body?
I saw slash wounds on his arm when I was taking his backpack off, which is why I told him I'm sorry, it's going to hurt, because I knew I would brush against those injuries. But as I said, I did not do a survey. That's not something we do as part of our emergency response until we've stabilized the person more.
Based on your attempts at reviving Karim, had he passed, or did you believe he had passed by the time you had turned over CPR to fire and EMS?
Yes, when they arrived, I knew he had passed, but you don't stop until you're certain. And when EMS arrived, they were stunned at what they saw, and I yelled at them to get epi, to get a bag, to get their equipment, and to get moving, because I wanted to know if we had a rhythm, a heart rhythm, or anything that we could act on. But I think he had already passed.
Thank you, Dr. Massey. Those are questions, Your Honor.
Okay. Do you need a minute?
I'm fine, Your
Okay.
Honor, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Do you need water? You've got tissues there if you need them.
Thank
Water,
you.
anything to-
Water does some good. Is this water?
Definitely, yeah. she's
Okay,
good.
okay.
That's water.
Thank you. Yeah, that would be helpful.
Okay, let him get the water. Mr. Hutchinson, cross-examination.
Good morning, Dr. Massey.
Good morning.
My name is Dan Hutchinson. You've never met before today, but thank you for being here.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
Now, sir, you referenced a document you prepared for the court.
That's correct.
And what you did is you reviewed your house cameras, your cell phone, and your memories. You basically prepared a timeline.
That's
combining
correct.
all those sources of information.
Yes, I realized that it would be important to capture whatever digital information I had and make a timeline. I didn't write everything I remembered, but I wrote most things into that document to preserve.
And as you already testified to, you provided that to the defense team,
I did,
and you also provided it to prosecution.
correct.
You met and gave interviews with both the defense team and the prosecution.
I did not meet with the prosecution.
You met with law enforcement,
Law enforcement, correct.
but you did provide it to
And by meet with law enforcement, to clarify it, I talked with them that night, of course, and then I provided the camera footage to them early in the investigation, hoping it could be helpful. But I had no formal interviews after that.
On the night this happened, do you recall speaking to multiple law enforcement officers?
I did. Yes.
There were, you recall speaking to at least 2 uniformed officers within the park?
At least.
And then also later that evening, after you returned to your house, you spoke to a detective?
Correct. The detective actually came into my home and we retraced the night step by step exactly what happened.
You testified yesterday that when the second individual got up and started leaving on the bike, you said, quote, "They seemed to be running from me as if I had threatened him."
That is, so I didn't say anything threatening to the person, so maybe that language is not perfect, but it did seem as though I had frightened them somehow because they sprung up and ran away. It seemed like the moment I appeared.
To clarify, you hadn't done anything that would be considered threatening from an objective basis?
No,
You had not done anything that would be considered frightening from an objective basis?
right. My presence was really just being there, correct.
You just walked up with a cell phone light asking if you could help, if something had happened.
Right.
And the reaction you received, you described yesterday, they seemed to be running from me as if I had threatened them.
When I started to chase them, the way they responded, the voice they used, sounded like someone that was afraid I was chasing them, yes.
You testified earlier, quote, I thought I was chasing a scared young man.
That's not exactly correct. What I said was, after seeing the injuries, the person I expected to find when I chased him was very different than what I did find.
Do you recall testifying earlier today, though, quote, I thought I was chasing a scared young man based on your initial observations?
Right, and that's correct. I was contrasting it to what someone would imagine, having seen the scene that I saw, the type of person that would do it. It confused me when I found that instead it was a young man who seemed scared that I was chasing him. He looked over his shoulder and was saying, "What do you want? Leave me alone."
And then once you saw this extent of the injuries to Karim, that response you'd seen earlier didn't make any sense to you.
Correct. Again, these things happen so quickly, but I had expected us to potentially fight. I was thinking there could be a confrontation if this person had done such a terrible thing that they may turn against me. So it was odd that they were instead running.
You testified earlier as to what this person said, and you said something along the line of, "What do you want, man? Leave me alone."
Correct.
As you sit here today, you don't know if those are the exact words that person said, but it was something to that effect.
Correct. It was essentially, "Why are you bothering me? Leave me alone." Or, "What do you want, man? Leave me alone." Although I'm pretty sure about the man part, because it struck me as, I mean, the way they talked sounded, I don't know, almost not casual. That's not the right word, but unusual.
When you described what this person said to some of the other officers, did you leave out that word "man"?
I may have. I can't say exactly what they said, except they wanted me to leave them alone.
Do you remember speaking to an officer named Feng Li? He would have been the first officer who arrived.
I believe so, yes. I mean, I think, yeah, yes.
You spoke as initially, the first officer arrived, if you can visualize him in your face, in your mind.
Mhm.
Some point after you stopped life-saving measures, did you speak to him again in the park?
So I can't appropriately describe the chaos of that moment, because I was trying to do CPR and get the EMS team involved while simultaneously trying to tell the police about the suspect. Afterwards, there were many officers that surrounded me asking me questions, and so I was trying to just be as accurate as possible. So I'm sure I talked with them. I've talked with anyone who asked me questions.
If you recall, do you recall telling Officer Lee, quote, so he picked that up and and I was like, "You guys okay? Did you have a bike wreck?" And then I saw him bleeding, and he goes, "What's going on? Why are you bothering me? Leave me alone." And he took off, and I chased him, and I realized he was on a bike. I couldn't catch him, and he got away. You recall telling that to Officer Lee?
That sounds accurate, yes.
And later you said another plainclothes officer came and spoke to you, beginning at your house, and then you walked back to the park?
Correct.
That was after you had time to clean up?
Correct.
Was that an officer, Steve Ramos?
That name sounds familiar, yes.
And you explained to Detective Ramos what you had remembered this young man saying?
That I would almost certainly have told him that.
Did you tell him? And then as I went up, I was like, what's going on here, guys? Are you guys okay? And then the guy jumps up and says, "What do you want? Just leave me alone. What do you want?"
Mm-hmm.
All that?
So yes, I think that's accurate, but it's not complete. He said those words as he was running from me. The way you have it is almost as though I had a conversation with him. That's not the case. He did not speak as I was coming up. It was only as I approached the two of them that he sprung up, grabbed something, got on the bike, and as he was leaving, and I believe saw that I was approaching or heard my footsteps, that's when he said, "What's going on here?" or "What do you want, man? Just leave me alone," that sort of thing.
So when you were telling Officer Lee, and he said, "What's going on? Why are you bothering me? Leave me alone." And then you later told Detective Ramos, "What do you want? Just leave me alone. What do you want?" You're describing what he's saying to you when he's trying to get away on the bike.
Correct.
But you do recall him saying, "Leave me alone."
Correct.
You, in the videos we've seen, we didn't watch all the videos here in court, correct? They went on longer.
Correct.
But you have a document where you noted the times in each video.
Correct.
And you confirmed this by comparing it with your phone and comparing it with the date and time stamp on your surveillance system.
Correct.
And both your phone and your surveillance system are accurate, basically.
Yes, they're coordinated with GPS and a network time protocol.
I'd just like to, and you can, if you need to refresh your memory, you can look at the document you brought. The front yard camera, that starts at 9:08.
Correct.
And it's at 9:10 and 50 seconds that you testified with the use of headphones, you can start to hear Karim's cries for help.
Correct.
You testified earlier how those cries seem to trail off at the end,
Correct.
and you just, in your timeline, you described how it, based on your experience as a doctor, it sounded as though someone may have had a lung injury and then could no longer speak. You recall describing that?
That's one explanation, yes. And I did remember I have had a patient with a lung abscess whose lung filled with blood while he was talking to me, and had a similar thing of having difficulty talking.
And when you were later performing life-saving measures or attempted life-saving measures on Karim, it was your opinion based on what you were feeling that he had lung injuries?
Yes.
Now, turning to the backyard video, that starts at 9:10 and 50 seconds.
That's correct.
You enter the camera frame at 9:12 and 7 seconds.
That is correct.
In the camera, we see you hesitating for a moment. You were listening for more sounds before calling the police.
Yeah, the police would hear from me a lot if I called every time I heard chaos. And so I don't want to bother them unless I know there's something wrong. And so I wanted to hear if what I heard was not accurate. That's correct.
And you didn't hear anything else at that moment?
No, there was nothing but silence at that point.
At 9:12 and 17 seconds, you look over your back gate.
That's right.
Then at 9:12 and 29 seconds, you leave your yard to go and check to see what happened.
Yes, at that point, I saw the two people down and ran to help.
And at 9:18 and 30 seconds, you see emergency lights.
Correct. In the backyard camera, if we continued watching, we would see the lights from the emergency response.
So prior to 9:18 and 30 seconds, there's no emergency lights visible?
No, I don't know if the police or the EMS arrived without lights on, but that does, if they did all arrive with lights on, that would give a suggestion of how long I was in the park.
And consistent with your memory and when you left, that 9, 18, and 30 seconds probably is an accurate estimate of when the police arrived?
Yeah, approximately, yes. Yes, it seemed, honestly, it seemed like forever, but I think around 6 minutes makes sense. I should have,
At 9:21 and 07, your wife enters the scene.
that's right. She was wondering why I had not returned home and also why there were lights. So many police and ambulances near our home.
Then you see her coming back through the gate at 9:21 and 40 seconds.
That's correct. She was turned away by the police who said it was a crime scene.
And then at 9:27 and 35 seconds, you re-enter the back gate
That's correct.
because your wife had been calling you repeatedly.
Yes, while I was talking with the police, my phone was vibrating repeatedly in my pocket, and I knew she was terrified of what was going on.
So you washed because your hands were covered in blood from
Yes.
your attempted life-saving measures, you washed off in the backyard with a hose.
That's correct.
And you explained the situation to your wife.
That's right.
And then at 9:29 and 51 seconds, you returned to the park to speak with the police further.
Yes, after cleaning up and telling her I was okay, I told them I would come right back to help.
Then at 9:44 and 24 seconds, you return home.
That's correct.
And later, sometime that evening, after things had calmed down, that's when the plainclothes officer, Mr. Reales, came over and spoke to you further.
I believe that's the timeline, yes.
And by that time, you'd already been home for some time, you washed more thoroughly, and is that correct?
Yes.
And you spoke with him briefly for some time in your home, but then you actually walked back to the park with him.
That's correct. I welcomed them into my home. I showed them where I was sitting, where my door was, what I heard. We walked from where I was to the scene of the murder so that we could get an idea about how long it took for me to respond. And then additionally, we talked about the same things we've talked about in court today to understand how close I was to the assailant. And we estimated it was around 10 feet, maybe a little less.
You called 911 at 9:13.
That's correct.
While you were on phone with 911, were you still focusing on Karim while you're speaking to the 911 operator?
I was standing over Karim, and to be completely honest, that conversation was longer than I remember. I kept thinking I need to do 911, I need to do CPR, and I said it repeatedly, but they kept asking about who had attacked him, and so I wanted to answer their question, but I was trying to get off as quickly as I could.
Let me stop you there.
Sure.
While you were performing life-saving measures, before the first officer arrived, there was another woman who came to the park and held Karim's legs up while you performed chest compressions.
That's correct. I saw her standing there, and I asked if she had medical training, and she said she did, and I misunderstood. I thought she said she's a nurse. I asked her to lift his legs because his legs had slid off the backpack, and I wanted his legs elevated to get the blood into his body.
Let me back up a little bit. You described moving Karim's body. Was that after you got off the phone with 911?
Yes.
While you were on the phone, if you recall, do you recall a woman on a bicycle passing by you on the bike track, but not stopping, but continuing to ride?
I do not remember anything. I was looking at Karim and talking on the phone. This is news to me.
So I assume Karim was any portion of his body on the bike path when you arrived, or was it entirely on the grass?
As I mentioned earlier, if you imagine someone wearing a backpack and their backpack is on the path, but their body has they've sort of slumped into the grass, that's what the scene was when I arrived.
I assume that because the backpack was on, his head was not touching the ground?
His head was not, no. He was elevated maybe 20, 30 degrees because the backpack was underneath him, holding him up.
I don't want you to guess, was the backpack entirely on the grass or partially on the grass and the pavement, if you can recall?
I can't recall. I do remember the backpack was partially off on one arm because it made me wonder if maybe this was a robbery. That crossed my mind for a moment, but I don't remember exactly, perfectly where the backpack was.
And while you were on the phone with 911, you were focused on Karim at that point?
Yes, I was looking down at him. I was worried he was choking, and I was trying to bring help as quickly as possible.
And as you were looking to him and speaking to the 911 operator, you realized you needed to get going on chest compressions ASAP.
Yes, I think I said maybe 3 times I need to start CPR. And
so if someone on a bicycle passed by you while you were speaking to 911, you may not have been in a position to see them.
I would not have. I was very focused on Karim at the time, so yeah.
Hold on. Can you hold your question?
Yes.
Yeah, great. Dr. Massey, I appreciate your patience with the court. You were here yesterday, this morning, but we need to take a mid-morning break.
Okay.
And so we'll get to the rest of your testimony after our break, which is 15 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you. You're excused as a witness at this time. So the jury, remember our 3-part admonition, don't form any opinions, don't discuss, don't research the case. Please enjoy your mid-morning break. Thank you. Off the record. decedent's family, and I had no idea that there was a concern about religion or anything of that sort with respect to projection of the images. And Mr. Abou, Najm, under Marcy's law, you can directly address the court. I did receive your note, and I want to say thank you for that. I appreciate that. Is there, and listen, as I said before, the courthouse doors are open, and so I have a lot of control over what I project. The overall thinking is to allow the community to have some understanding of the court proceedings to ensure that there's a fair trial and so forth. And so I can balance that any way we like, and I want to make sure I respect your wishes on this, because if somebody's really interested in seeing the trial, they can come to the courtroom. And so is there, do you want to articulate for me real clearly what your preference is, because I want to honor that?
Thank you, Your Honor. I think any sharing of open wounds, any sharing of blood, anything that resembles part of Karim's body, part of David's body, part of any deceased, is, in my opinion, should not be shared online.
Okay.
This is not something that somebody should, on their treadmill or at the comfort of their home, be able to take a screen capture of. And I think
So any picture of the body?
anything in front of the body or anything that has blood in it, because blood is a
Okay. Any picture of the body or blood? Okay. All right. That's the request. I'm more than comfortable honoring that request. There's no objection from the parties. I mean, as I indicated, we're all in a new world here, trying to sort through the ability to share court proceedings with our community, and so we're finding out where the lines are and so forth. And so your communication with me is helpful, and I appreciate that. Okay, so that'll be the order of the court then. No live streaming any pictures of the bodies, and we'll just maintain that for all three of the persons at issue here. And so that's fine, and thank you. That'll be the order of the court. Okay, I'm ready for the juries. Thank you. And you can let the witness know to come on in. We'll give them the stand. Thank you. Off the record. Everyone here after our mid-morning break. We're in cross-examination of Dr. Massey and Mr. Hutchinson, your witness.
Dr. Massey, I'd like to talk to you about your testimony with the description of the second man you saw. You describe this person picking up something off the ground before getting on the bike.
Right.
And it was an object that appeared to be white that you saw on the ground.
I did see something white on the ground. I thought he picked it up, but I did not see him carry it afterwards. When I looked at his hands, it was not in his hands. He was not wearing it. I'm not sure what he was grabbing off the ground.
But at the time you described to the white object that you saw, at least at the time you thought it might be like a bicycle type cap that a bike
That's
rider.
right.
And
Yeah,
that's what you described to the officers at the time?
that's correct. I was trying to imagine what it even could be. It looked small, like not like a baseball cap, but the very sort of smaller caps that people will wear, something small and white.
When we talk about bicycle caps, something you might see a bicyclist in a race who's not wearing a helmet.
Correct.
So when you told the officers he had a cap on, you were referring to what you believed he picked up off the ground.
Correct. He did not put it on his head. He was not wearing it as he ran away. I assumed if that's what it was, he may be wearing it.
When he rode off, you remember longer hair kind of billowing.
Correct.
You said this person had a t-shirt with a zip-up shirt over that t-shirt.
Correct, or maybe button up. Only reason I mentioned that is that as they biked away, the shirt billowed out because the wind caught it.
So it was either it appeared to be either a zip-up or a button-up that wasn't zipped or buttoned.
Correct.
You testified earlier you believe that shirt may have been lighter, but you're really not certain.
That is correct. I believe it was a white shirt underneath. I don't remember all the details of what was over it.
You remember a white shirt underneath, but the color of the other shirt is something you're not certain of.
Correct. It was very dark, and so I saw the flash of white from the shirt underneath in the darkness, but I didn't make out the color of the clothing over it. I believe it was a lighter color.
You don't have any memory of seeing bare arms on this individual, do you?
No.
So it appeared to be a long sleeve shirt?
Correct.
And because you were focused on his hands, you were unable to give any description of what type of pants this individual was wearing.
That is correct. I was focused on his head to see if he would turn toward me, and I was focused on his hands. I did not look down at his legs.
And on the night this happened, you told the officers, I can't give you a description of what he was wearing.
That's correct.
Waist down.
Correct. Absolutely correct.
But you have no memory of seeing bare legs or calves from the person running away, not Karim.
I don't know.
Karim was wearing shorts. If you don't recall, that's fine.
Yeah, I don't recall.
Do you recall telling the officer, this is Mr. Ramos, I don't remember what he was wearing from the waist down?
That's correct.
Objection Vegas said who he was referring to.
Do you recall telling Detective Ramos that the person who rode away, you don't remember what he was wearing from the waist down?
Correct.
And as you sit here today, you don't remember what Karim was wearing from the waist down, based on your memory today?
I am not certain, to be honest. I don't remember seeing bare legs when I placed his backpack under his legs, but
You weren't focused on
I was not focused on the legs, no.
You were focused on
The wounds and his choking and wanting to start CPR. It was incidental that I was trying to elevate his legs.
Dr. Massey, would it be fair to say you have gone to great lengths to ensure that your testimony is complete and accurate as possible?
That's correct.
But this was a very traumatic experience for you. That would be an understatement.
Yes, sir.
You know, as a physician, that trauma can cause people to see and perceive things differently.
I agree with that. I will also say, though, that as a doctor, I've been in situations quite a lot that are similar, not nearly this bad. And we are taught to try to remain objective in the situation.
But you knew, given this was a murder investigation, it was important that all the information you give is as complete and accurate as possible.
Correct. That's why I wrote this early on, because I know the way the brain works is it tries to make sense of things, and you can fill in gaps that aren't really real. I want this to be as absolutely accurate as I could possibly be, but
Do you recall when you made this timeline?
I think it was around 3 months afterwards, 2 months afterwards.
But as careful as you were, you realized that you were probably mistaken about some things. You may have been mistaken about some things.
I'm certainly not perfect, yes.
Do you recall the following day, a detective, you, bringing you to a show-up where they had a suspect who they believed may be the person who attacked Karim?
They brought me to several, yes.
Do you recall going, the first one they brought you to, it was an individual who had some similar features to the person you observed, but appeared older and facial hair that you did not recognize.
Yeah, I was clear to them that that was not the person.
But the following night, the night of April 30th, around 11:40, do you recall them bringing you to a scene and showing you a much younger man with very fair skin, light complexion?
Yes, I do.
Does it appear to be a teenager?
A young adult, yes.
And you identified him as the person you saw in the park?
That is not correct.
I'm sorry?
That is not correct.
Did you tell Detective Yu that was the person who I saw leave the scene of the murder? I'm 75 to 70% sure.
That is what I said. I was 70% sure, meaning that is not sure at all. I said there were similar features, the age, the body build, but that there were things that didn't look quite right, that my memory didn't match. So I at no time said, this is definitely the person. And there's recordings of what I spoke, and I tried to explain that because I was only able to see his left profile, his hair, his body build, I had limited information to work from. But that of all the people they had shown me, this was the one that I was 75%-ish. I was not certain.
So, and you did clarify you were 75 to 70% sure. You recall telling that?
Yeah, that was my guess of my certainty in the situation.
And that young man you identified was not Carlos Reales Dominguez.
That is correct.
I'm not sure. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hutchinson. That was cross and any redirect? Okay, Dr. Massey, thank you again. Right, so the trial's going to be going on for a while. We may have a need to ask you back to clarify something, and so it's a legal term called subject to recall. If we need you, we'll be in touch, okay?
Okay, I'll get more details.
Yeah,
about that later.
we don't anticipate that.
Okay.
Right, thank you. Thank you again for your testimony. Okay, Mr. Vanderhook, do you have a witness you'd like to call?
Yes, thank you. People call Alberto Orozco.
Alberto Orozco, we'll get the witness. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Come on into the podium right in front of me. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. I'm going to ask the clerk to administer an oath to you. After you take the oath, then I'd like you to have a seat in the witness stand for 2 lawyers to ask questions, okay?
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the cause now before this court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Please be seated. Please state your first and last name and spell them both.
Alberto Osorio,
Can you spell that for us?
Alberto, last name Osorio.
Okay, great. Move the chair in, hold the mic down towards you. Get yourself comfortable. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Vanderhook, direct exam.
Thank you, Albert. Good morning, sir. I apologize. I missaid your name right before you came in. So, Mr. Osorio, where are you currently living?
Here in Woodland.
And do you have a residence? I don't want to know where it is, but do you live in a residence?
Yes.
And were you living in a residence back in April and May of 2023?
No, I wasn't.
Where were you living then?
Nell Street,
And in what city?
Davis.
And is that in Yolo County?
Yes, sir.
So I want to ask you a little bit about you coming to court here today. Were you in the Yolo County Jail back in March of 2025?
Yes, sir.
And were you served with a subpoena to come to court?
I don't recall it.
Okay. May I first witness, Your Honor?
Okay.
Showing up the mark for identification purposes is People's 58. Can you take a look at that for me, please? And sir, do you recognize that?
Yes.
And is that a subpoena that you were served with in the jail?
I got a copy now, but yes.
Okay. And was it for you to appear in court on April 28th of 2025?
Yes, sir.
And did you come to court then?
No.
Okay. What was going on in your life that made it so you can come to court?
Work and personal business.
Okay. And are you aware that material witness warrant was placed for your arrest?
Yes.
And have you been arrested on that warrant?
No.
What went on? How did you find out that there was a warrant for you as a material witness, and how did you get to court?
I came to my residence and I reached out to them and I'm here.
Okay, and so you've been in contact with law enforcement and arranged for you to come in?
Yes, sir.
Have you been given a ride here to court?
Yes, sir.
And are you being given a ride back?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any active criminal cases where you're currently charged with new offenses?
No.
You have prior cases where you've previously been convicted of different offenses.
Yes.
Are you currently on probation?
Yes.
Okay. Has the DA's office or anyone else offered you anything in exchange for your testimony?
No.
Have you been offered any kind of immunity or anything like that in relation to any cases you might have?
Nope.
So I want to take you back to April and May of 2023. You said you were living on L. Whereabouts on L were you living?
The residence center on L Street is 530 L Street, and then we camp out like a little bit down the street. That's what the case was.
Are you familiar with the PG&E substations down there?
Yes,
Where were you camping in relation to the PG&E substation?
next to the building on the street by the sidewalk.
Were there other people within your encampment?
Yes, there was 5 of us.
Who all was living in the encampment?
Isaac, his wife, me, the old man, Curry, and Kelly.
And was Kimberlee one of the people living there?
Yes, I mean Kimberlee, sorry, apologize.
All right, and is that Kimberlee Guillory?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to be showing you what's been marked for identification purposes as people's 25. I'm going to bring a pen with me. You can take a look at people's 25 and just tell me if you recognize the area that's on the exhibit.
Yeah.
And do you see the PG&E substation on there?
Yeah, right there.
Right, and so do you see the area where your encampment was during that time frame?
Yeah, right here.
All right, I'm handing you a pen. Can you just mark with the pen where your encampment was on the map? Thank you, sir. And does this map fairly and accurately depict the area as it was during that time frame?
Pardon me?
Does this map properly show the area during that
Yes.
time? May I publish, Mayor?
Okay. Do we know why we're in delay? Saw it first. Did it just flash? Okay. There it is. What do we know why there was delay? Okay, it's just loading. All right. Thanks.
All right, sir. So when we're talking about this exhibit, here on the right side of the exhibit, we have this kind of power station looking thing. And on the very right-hand edge, we have this tube where it says twice L Street and then L Street. And so it looks like you circled kind of here.
Yes.
On the left side of the street to the left of the upper streets.
Yes.
Okay, and what was your encampment like during that time? I mean, what was your living situation?
We were camping, homeless at that time.
So, I mean, did you have like a tent, or were you sleeping out in the open, or kind of what was your sleeping arrangements?
We had tents.
And did you stay alone in your tent, or did you share a tent with anyone?
I was alone.
And for the other people that were living in the tent, or living there, do you know about how many different tents were in the encampment?
It was 5 of us, 5 tents.
Okay, was anyone sharing tents?
No, just a couple.
All right, which couple?
Isaac and his wife.
Okay, and while you were there, do you remember the night that Kimberlee was stabbed?
Yes.
Do you remember about what time that happened?
Not a specific time, but it was at night.
Okay, and was it dark?
Yes.
And in that area, is there a lot of street lights that light up the area?
On that curve on the L Street, it's kind of dark.
All right, and specifically at the encampment itself, is it dark at the encampment?
Yes.
And before Kimberlee was stabbed, have you heard anything about stabbings that were going on within the city of Davis?
Yes, we were all aware, and that's why we were kind of close with each other at that time.
Okay. Was there any fear or concern about the stabbings that had been going on?
And that was going around in town, yes. We were aware.
And did you have any concerns for your own safety?
Yes.
And I want to talk to you about the weather that was going on when Kimberlee was stabbed. Do you remember if it was raining at all?
No.
No, it wasn't raining, or no, you don't remember?
It wasn't. I don't think it was raining.
Okay. And do you know where you were when you first realized that something was going on with Kimberlee?
We were all in our camp, on our tent.
So were you in your tent?
Yeah.
And what first alerted you that something was going on with Kimberlee?
The couple, Isaac, I guess, saw somebody walk by, the description of the person.
Sustained.
So I just want, so two things. First, when I'm asking questions, I only want information about what you personally saw yourself, okay?
Okay.
So anytime that you've heard something from somebody else, that's not what my questions are asking about. I'm only asking about your personal observation.
Okay.
And then for this question, I'm just asking, you're in your encampment, you're there, Kimberlee's somewhere around. What caused you to know that something was wrong with Kimberlee?
The commotion
Okay. And where was the commotion coming from?
from her side.
Okay. When you heard the commotion, what did you do?
We run up to the tent.
Okay. And did you see anyone there?
No, just Kimberlee and us.
Did you see someone leaving the area?
Yes.
And where did they go?
Where I circle towards the other side, towards the curb on L Street.
And so,
It curves on the end of the building.
showing this exhibit, did the person go down L Street?
Yes.
Or did they go up L Street?
Down.
Okay. And when they went down L Street, did you see where they went?
To the right.
Okay. And so then kind of around the corner of the substation here?
It'll be your left, my bad.
Okay. And so if I just turn the building around and we look at the perspective that they're running, so if they were running up, then they're turning right on the exhibit.
It was left.
Okay, so they're turning left around the L?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Okay. And so they're kind of following the curve in the road there on L Street.
Yes.
And what was that person wearing?
Dark clothing.
And you remember specifically what kind of clothing?
No.
Okay. Do you remember seeing someone at your encampment shortly before something happened to Kimberlee?
Yes.
How long before something happened to Kimberlee did you see someone there?
It was like 10 minutes.
Okay. And what was that person doing?
Walk by.
Did they just walk straight by? Did it look like they were looking in at the encampment or anything, or was it just walking past?
They're walking by and they're kind of we were alert, so it was kind of suspicious.
Okay, what was suspicious about it?
Like you said, it walked by and kind of like observed.
Okay, and which direction were they walking?
Same way, down to the curb.
And so if we go back to the exhibit, so then they were coming down L Street towards the curb?
Right exactly where you point the pen on that side of the sidewalk.
Okay, on the far side of the sidewalk?
Yes.
And what was this person wearing, if you recall?
Dark clothing.
Okay, do you remember them wearing any kind of specific clothing other than that it was dark?
No, sir.
And did you see anything that they were doing other than walking past?
No, sir.
And when you were at the scene, were you contacted by law enforcement officers?
Yes.
And did you provide them a statement about what had happened and what you had seen?
Yes.
And you remember talking with an officer who arrived at the scene very shortly after Kimberlee was stabbed.
Yes, they all arrived at the time.
And do you remember giving a statement to them about the person that you had seen?
Yes,
And do you remember telling the officer that the person had been wearing Adidas sweatpants?
yes.
Okay. And what does that mean, Adidas sweatpants, to you?
Just regular sweatpants.
Okay. Any kind of stripes on the sweatpants?
Overall.
No, sir.
Okay. And when you talked with the officer, how soon after the stabbing was that?
They arrived like 10 minutes after we called or so.
Okay. And when the stabbing of Kimberlee happened, how were you feeling about that, and what was your emotional state like?
Sad and mad at the same time.
And was it a startling event to you? Okay. Was it out of the ordinary for you?
Yeah.
And did it cause you to become a little excited about what was going on and checking on other people?
I've always been a people person, so I don't know, being there for Kim was a blessing to be there at that time. Could have been any of us.
And by the time the officers had shown up, had you completely calmed down, or were you still kind of excited about what was going on?
No, we were kind of shocked about it.
And about how long did that shock last?
Still can't believe it.
Any questions, Mr. Chairman? So I have here People's 57. Sorry, I'm just going to approach you, and I'm going to play a little video for you. If you could watch this for me. Okay, and were you able to see that, sir?
Yeah.
And did you see yourself in that video?
Yes.
And is that you talking to the officers just in the minutes after Kimberlee was stabbed?
Yes.
And the information that you gave the officers, were you giving them truthful and accurate information?
Yes.
May I call it, Sharon?
This is 57.
Yes, Sharon.
And it's a video?
Yes.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
I have a transcript.
I need one for the court record. We'll mark one as court 3. We'll reserve.
Thank you.
Thanks. Does this have video of Miss Guillory?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Somebody with black sweater, skinny with Adidas sweats.
No, just now.
Yeah.
And what was that guy doing?
He just walked by and then walked back that way. And then I told him, hey, I think that dude was
Yes, sir.
And when you were describing that person to the officers there, are you talking about who you saw after something happened with Kimberlee, or what happened in the time before, like what you call 10 minutes before something happened with Kimberlee?
When we heard the commotion, saw a person leaving the area, and we chased them down the street.
Okay. And was the person that you chased the same person that you had seen walking by about 10 minutes before?
Well, it was leaving that the area after the commotion, so yeah.
Okay, so pause there. We know there was someone there during the commotion, but you had also talked about how you saw someone walking past before the commotion.
Yes.
Remember that?
Yeah.
Could you see if that was the same person?
Same person.
All right. And in the video, you pointed to the officers that the person walked down and went back that way. Did that refresh your memory at all on which direction the person went?
No.
Okay. And the direction that you were pointing for the officer as far as where they went, would that have been the accurate direction that they went?
Yes.
And did you talk with another officer later in time after this kind of initial in-the-moment statement that you gave?
Yeah, I think.
Okay. And do you remember telling the officer that had been about 20 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay. Could it have been about 20 minutes, or what is your best estimate as to how long before that person had walked past?
It was between 10 minutes or so.
Okay. And do you remember telling the officer that the person you had seen was wearing black Adidas sweatpants with vertical white stripes on the legs and a dark hooded sweatshirt with a hood over his head and no backpack?
Yes, sir.
And is that an accurate description of the person that you saw?
No, same description, yes.
All right. And so when you gave the information to the officer, were you giving the officer the most accurate information that you could remember?
Yes, sir.
Was your memory of the incident better then when you were talking to the officers the same day, or is it better now when you're here in court?
Same.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have any additional questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vandenberg. Mr. Hutchinson, cross-examination.
Good morning, Mr.
Good morning.
Sir, you were originally here to testify Monday morning,
Yes.
but you had used marijuana approximately an hour before you arrived in court,
Yes, sir.
so you were told to
Reschedule.
go
Yes.
home and come back today.
Yes, sir.
You were told not to use marijuana before you testified.
Yes, sir.
Did you do that?
Yes, sir.
Back in May 1st of 2023 when this happened, were you struggling with any other sort of substance use besides marijuana?
No, sir.
You have struggled with methamphetamine use, though?
Yes.
Do you recall if you were using, and I don't want you to guess, do you recall if you had used methamphetamine on the night this happened?
No, sir.
You didn't use it, or you don't recall?
No, I didn't use that day.
But you were using methamphetamine during this time period?
During that homeless period, yes.
And you were also using marijuana?
Yes.
Do you know if you were using marijuana that night? And don't guess if you don't remember.
Probably before or after, I'm not sure.
You were using marijuana regularly during
Yeah,
that time?
I use regularly daily.
Okay, marijuana daily.
Yes.
Methamphetamine was regularly, but you don't believe you were using that day?
Yes.
You described 5 tents being at the location. Did you mean 5 people or 5 tents?
Well, 5 people, 5 tents.
So it's your memory there were 5 separate tents?
Actually, it's four of us. It was couple, and then me, so that's 4.
Let's talk about
4 tents.
Let's talk about who you remember being there. Would it be fair to say that during this time period, not all the tents were there every night? People would move their tents at times, correct?
Yes, correct.
So I'm trying to focus on what your memory of the tents on this night.
Yes,
Miss Guillory, Kimberlee, she was in a tent by herself.
yes,
There was another tent near her, and that was occupied by Isaac Cheeseman, correct?
correct.
And when you describe Isaac's wife, you're referring to Christine Barrios.
Yes, correct.
They're not actually married, they're just a
Yes,
couple.
couple, yeah.
And then you were in a tent as well.
Yes,
Were you in a tent with someone named John Weddle?
yes,
So you and Mr. Weddle were sharing a tent.
no,
You were just in the tent together?
yes.
So whose tent was it?
It was my tent.
Okay. And you were allowing Mr. Weddle to stay in your tent that evening?
Yes, because he was walking by, and I told him stick around with me, because the guy just walked by that we knew that was, we were aware of what was going on in town.
Okay. You said the guy who walked by. Are you talking about a few hours earlier?
No, a couple minutes before.
Let's go back earlier that evening, around 9:30. Do you recall Mr. Cheeseman telling you that the stabber was there?
It was that we seen the person walk around that area, so I told him stick around.
I'm not.
No, yeah.
I want to back up. Just assume for this question, that when Miss Guillory was stabbed, that was approximately 11:45 at night. Just assume that fact, okay? I want to ask about something that happened a couple hours earlier, around 9:30. Do you recall an individual walking by and Mr. Cheeseman identifying him as the stabber?
Yes,
Okay. And this was an individual who was walking by on L Street?
yes,
And you and Mr. Cheeseman pursued this individual? You chased him?
it was me and Isaac.
And Isaac's last name is Cheeseman.
Yeah,
So this individual who Isaac identified as the stabber, you and him chased this individual.
yes,
And where did he run?
towards the train tracks.
Did he turn left to go down toward the respite center, or did he turn right into the gravel?
Into the gravel.
And both you and Mr. Cheeseman chased this man?
Yes,
Okay. Was that the same person who you saw then a couple hours later, around 11:45?
it was 9 something, right?
My question is, the person you chased, okay, at 9:45, was that the same person you then saw walk by later? Or you don't know?
Yes.
It was the same person.
Well, right after the incident, it was kind of common sense that that was the only person, leaving the area.
So it's common sense that obviously the person you chased at 9:30, it was common sense to you that that must have been the same person who 2 hours later, or 2.5 hours later, stabbed Miss Guillory, correct?
Yeah,
That person you chased around 9:20, was he wearing different clothes, or was he wearing the same clothes?
same clothing.
Well, did you tell the officer that the person who you chased at 9 o'clock must have changed clothes because he was wearing jeans, not pants? Do you recall telling that?
I don't recall it.
Sir, at any point during this case, has anyone ever told you the identity of that person you chased at around 9:30?
No.
But in the homeless community, you have discussed that earlier chase, correct?
Yeah.
You discussed it with Mr. Cheeseman.
Yes.
You discussed it with Kimberlee.
Yes.
You discussed it with everybody.
Yeah.
And it's your belief today that that person who you chased around 9:30 is the same person who stabbed Guillory, Miss Guillory, correct?
Yes.
At any point, before today, has anyone ever told you that the man you chased was someone who worked at Steve's Pizza named Khalid Saliki?
No, I don't know. I was not aware of that.
Did they ever tell you that the man you chased was someone who worked at Steve's Pizza named Khalid Siddiqui?
No.
So based on your memory, today you still believe that the person you chased at 9:30 is the same person who stabbed Miss Guillory?
Well, yeah.
Is that based on observations or just your common sense, what you think?
Well, it was kind of common sense. So, first time I heard about the person working at that pizza place.
No one's ever told you before hearing from me. No one's ever told you that that person was just some guy coming home from work. No one ever told you that.
No.
So, was the person, and let's based on memory, the person you chased around 9:30, was that person wearing Adidas pants? Were they wearing jeans, or do you not remember?
Can I say specific how I was when I chased the person? Okay, because it's just questions.
You want to rephrase your question?
Do you, yes or no, do you remember the clothing of the person you chased around 9 or 9:30?
Yes, we chased the guy when we turned left, and like you said, there was another person supposedly that has changed clothes. We ended up chasing the guy that walked by. It was on a bicycle with some jeans and all that. When we turned back down, coming back down, we saw the person with the dark clothes coming from the back side of the PG&E building on the right side. So that's when he kind of took off towards the gravel. So the guy that we chased, it was not him. He was just walking by, and the odds is that he had a weapon on him too. So
you're referring to the person you chased at 9 or 9:30,
yes,
correct?
Yes.
After Miss Guillory was stabbed, much later, you didn't chase anybody that night, correct?
Well, when the person walked by, we kind of went and checked it out, went back to our tents, and then a few minutes later, with the commotion came, and then we just chased somebody.
So, it's your testimony you chased both the person at 9:30, you chased that person, and then it's your testimony you also chased the person after 11:45?
Yeah.
The person who identified, who pointed out to the man around 9:30 and said that's the stabber, that was Isaac Cheeseman.
Yes.
Okay. And it was based on what Mr. Cheeseman told you that you pursued this man.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Cheeseman was using methamphetamine during that time period, correct?
I guess. I'm not sure.
Don't guess, but to your knowledge, was Mr. Cheeseman an active methamphetamine user during that time period?
They have used. I don't know if they were using that night.
But you did know that he did use methamphetamine regularly?
Yes, I have. I was aware that they had used.
And he was the one who pointed to that man at 9:30 and said that's the stabber?
Yes, correct.
It was based on what Mr. Cheeseman told you that you then pursued this man?
Yes, correct.
Now let's back up or go forward to the man who walks by before Miss Guillory is stabbed. Okay. You saw this man on the opposite.
Sorry, what was the objection there?
It is the wing, there's two different types.
Overruled, I understand.
let's just go back and clarify. After this man, you stop chasing this man, you don't, at 9:30, you don't see him again.
Correct.
Okay. Now we're gonna move forward to approximately a little bit before 11:45. You are in your tent
Yes.
with Mr. Weddle.
Yes.
Is the tent open?
Yes.
Then you see someone walk by on the opposite side of the street.
Yes.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And that person is walking toward the train tracks?
Yes.
That is the person, when you describe seeing someone in Adidas pants, that's the person you are describing.
Yes.
And the person walks by toward the train tracks.
Yes.
Do you recall telling the officers this was either 10 to 20 minutes before you heard the commotion with Kimberlee?
Yes.
When you heard the commotion with Kimberlee, you were inside your tent and it was zipped up.
No, it's cut halfway open.
And then when you heard the yelling, you got out.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
And at that point, you didn't see anybody at that point.
No.
Okay. And then didn't you tell the officers you didn't see anybody after that when you got out of your tent?
Yes.
So when you were saying about seeing this person run away, you're describing what other people told you, correct?
Yes.
You didn't personally observe anybody after Kimberlee was injured.
Correct.
And I don't want to tell you what they told you, but in terms of direction of travel, who was it that gave you that information? Was it Isaac? Was it Christine Barrios? Who gave you that information, if you remember?
Isaac was the one that had more all the information.
Was Isaac even, if you recall, when you got out of your tent, was Isaac even in the tent was he even out of his tent at that point?
Yes.
And so just to clarify your testimony, when you're in your tent, seeing the individual walk by on the other side of the street toward the train tracks, 10 to 20 minutes before, that's the last time you saw that individual that evening?
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Okay, thank you, counsel. Any redirect? Okay.
Sir, when you were giving statements to the police that night, were you telling the truth to the officers?
Yes.
And did you want to see the officers apprehend whoever was in this hustle with Kimberlee?
Yes.
And before your testimony today, has anyone, either law enforcement or from the DA's office, told you what to testify to?
No.
And has anyone told you that your memory about something is wrong and that you should testify differently than what your memory is?
No.
Nothing.
Okay, thank you. One question on recross.
Sir, when you spoke to the officer that evening, did they tell you that they only wanted to know what you personally observed as opposed to what other people told you? Did they ever specify that for you?
No.
Nothing further.
Okay. All right.
Very briefly.
Okay, one question?
Yes, one question. When you gave the officers the description of the person that you had seen with the clothing and the pants and everything, was that something you personally observed or is that something someone told you?
That's what we knew.
But did you see that person with your own eyes?
Walk by, yes.
Right, and this is the person with the black sweater and the Adidas pants.
Same description that Isaac said.
Nothing further.
Okay.
I have to clarify your honor.
Okay, that's fine. It's confusing. Go ahead.
Sir, you seem to hesitate. So I'm not asking, when you saw 10 to 20 minutes before this person with the Adidas sweatpants walk by, did you personally observe that?
Yes.
Okay. So you personally observed that?
Yes.
You hesitated a little bit before. Why did you hesitate?
Because he walked by, and yes, I seen him, and when I just described what he was wearing, then yes.
But you do recall seeing with your own eyes 10 to 20 minutes before the Adidas sweatpants walking toward the train tracks?
Walk by on the sidewalk where we were at.
Toward the train tracks?
Yes.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Okay, I think we got it. Alrighty then. And your last name is Osorio?
Oh, yes, correct.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I appreciate you making time for us today. Have a great day.
All right, thank you.
Subject to recall. Okay, that brings us up against the noon break. This trial will resume this afternoon at 1:30. My admonition to our 18 members of the jury: don't research, don't form any opinions, don't discuss other than scheduling, and we'll see you after the noon hour. Thank you, folks. Off the record. Outside the presence of the jury, I know we have some outstanding evidentiary issues. I'm looking at a time when we have a break to address some of those. But who do we have lined up this afternoon?
We have Dr. Yu, the pathologist for David Breaux' autopsy. We also have Officer Peel. We have Guillory as well. We have Sherry Cole.
Okay. All right. The pathologist will take a little bit of time to start with. Okay, great. And thank you. Anything else before we break? Nothing for the defense, anything for the prosecution?
Just on the 352 issue that we discussed yesterday, people are trying to take the court up on the invitation to submit briefing. So just before the court decides that issue, I think I should be able to have somebody clarified tomorrow morning on that.
Okay. All righty. Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, folks, I'll see you after break. Yep.
Thank you.
Off the record. In the people of the state of California versus Carlos Reales Dominguez, case CR 23-1391, all parties are present, all members of our jury are present. Evidentiary phase of the trial, people's case in chief. Mr. DeMora, do you have a witness you'd like to call?
Mr. Mayor, it's going to be handling Dr. Karim.
Okay, all right, let's get the doctor. While we're waiting, we are going to go dark early on Friday at 3 o'clock. Okay? So that'll be the order of the court. Okay, sir, good to have you here.
Thank you.
Okay, Madam Clerk is going to administer the oath, and then we'll have you take the witness stand.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in trial now before this court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please be seated. Please state your first and last name and spell them both.
Yes, my name is Jimin Zhou. First name Jiemin, last name Z as in zebra, Hou.
Okay, thank you. All right. So, Mr. Vanderhook, direct exam.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
What's your job?
My job title is forensic pathologist.
And where do you work?
I'm an independent contractor, and I contract for different offices around Northern California, such as Yolo County, Solano County, Butte County, Santa Cruz County. Also, I fly to the state of Maryland and perform autopsies there as well.
So what do you do for these counties here in California?
I perform, as a forensic pathologist, I perform autopsies to determine cause of death. I also write up reports about my findings, and I also provide testimony.
So what's the difference between someone who's a forensic pathologist like yourself and someone who's a coroner?
Right, so a forensic pathologist is a physician trained in the field of forensic pathology, and we're medical doctors, and we perform the actual autopsy to determine the cause of death. The coroner is more relevant for the investigation of the overall findings, and in the county of Yolo County, the coroner also would determine the manner of death.
Right, so who is the person who's actually in the autopsy room doing the autopsy?
Me.
And so I want to talk to you about your qualifications to be a forensic pathologist.
Sure.
Do you have an undergraduate degree?
Yes, that is correct.
When did you get your degree, and what is it in?
Yes, and I graduated from the University of California, Los Angeles, or otherwise known as UCLA, in ecology, evolutionary biology. I graduated in the year 2013.
Did you attend any schools after that?
Yes, I went to medical school at the Howard University College of Medicine, located in the District of Columbia. I received my medical doctorate degree in the year 2017.
And did you complete a residency?
Yes, I did. After medical school, I went to Howard University Hospital, and I completed my residency training in anatomic and clinical pathology in the year 2021.
So after you completed your residency, where did you work?
So after that, I received additional training, which is called fellowship training, which is subspecialty training in pathology. And I subspecialized in the field of forensic pathology at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner's Office located in Baltimore.
So for your current job as contracting forensic pathologist, how long have you been doing that job?
Approximately 3 years.
And were you working as a forensic pathologist back in 2023?
Yes.
So let me ask you a few questions about your expertise in the area of forensic pathology. You said you went to medical school and you completed this fellowship. What exactly is the relationship between the fellowship that you did and forensic pathology?
Right.
So going back, so after undergrad, I went to medical school, and in medical school you received a medical doctorate degree. In the United States, the vast majority of individuals who receive their medical doctorate degree go and complete additional training, which is residency training. For me, it was anatomic and clinical pathology, and then afterwards, you kind of subdivide into even more specialized branch, which is forensic pathology, and that is the fellowship training.
Okay, I want to talk to you about what kind of actual real-world experience you have in conducting forensic pathology. While you were in your medical training, what kind of hands-on experience did you have in conducting forensic pathology?
Yes, so especially during my fellowship training at the Office of Chief Medical Examiners in Baltimore, I performed approximately a little under 250 cases under supervision of the medical examiners there. Approximately 80 to 90 of them were homicides.
And so, since you finished your residency and you finished your fellowship, how many instances have you had where you conducted autopsies?
I don't track the exact number, but I've performed at least over 1,000.
And have you ever testified in court before in your role as a forensic pathologist?
Yes, I have. I'm qualified in here, the Yolo County Superior Court, Solano County Superior Court, and the Baltimore City Circuit Court.
Have you ever been recognized by a court as an expert in the area of forensic pathology?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
3 times.
And Your Honor, I would offer Dr. Zhao as an expert in the area of forensic pathology.
Any voir dire? We have a qualified expert.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, did you conduct an autopsy on an individual named David Breaux?
Yes, I did.
And when did you conduct that autopsy?
Sure. If I may reference the report to ensure the exact accuracy of my testimony, the date was on April 29, 2023.
And where did you perform that autopsy?
At the Yolo County Sheriff Coroner's Office.
Okay, so when you're contracting with different counties, you go to the county, to the coroner's office to do the autopsy there?
That is correct.
And that's what you did here?
Yes.
And when you do these autopsies, do you prepare a report with your findings?
Yes, I do.
And is that made in the normal course of your work as a forensic pathologist?
Yes, it is.
And do you make the report at or near the time of the events that you're observing as far as the autopsy that you're conducting?
Yes, once I have all the information I need, I type up the report and I send it.
And are you the person who prepares these reports?
Yes, I am.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as People's 11. Can you take a look at that, please? Do you recognize what People's 11 is?
Yes.
What is it?
It's the autopsy report that I wrote about the decedent David Breaux.
And is this the report that you generated for him?
Yes.
And did you prepare this report using the kind of procedures that we discussed just moments ago?
Yes.
Any publisher? Your Honor?
Okay. Is this going to have graphic pictures in it?
This is an illustration only, and then in a few moments we'll get to photos, and then I will alert everyone that there's photos.
All right.
So, Doctor, when you are doing your report, do you make a drawing or a sketch?
Yes, I do make what's commonly described as a diagram.
And what does this diagram show?
The diagram I prepared in regards to this case shows the injuries that I observed on the body.
Okay. So I'm turning to page 8 of the report. Are you able to see that on the screen there? Are you able to see that, sir?
Yes.
And so, this kind of sketch or drawing of a person, do you draw that, or is that already on this kind of form?
It's already on this form.
Okay, and so this sketch then isn't specific to David Breaux, but it's just kind of a generic sketch of a human.
That is correct, of a male human.
Understood, thank you. And so on this drawing, there, other than the kind of outline of human male, there is little lines with little letters. Can you explain what those are for me?
Right. So they more or less describe the location of injuries identified on the body, and the little letters that match after it refer in the subprint of the report, the bullet points.
Okay. So when you were examining the body of David Breaux, did you find physical injuries on him?
Yes, I did.
And what kind of injuries did you find?
There were 31 sharp force injuries that I identified.
What is a sharp force injury?
Right. So it's an injury caused by, as in the name of the definition, a sharp object such as a knife, a sword, blade, which is different than, say, a blunt force object such as one might sustain by a hammer or in a car accident, for instance.
Understood. And so these injuries that you're diagramming on this chart here, are these, what type of force injuries are these?
These are the sharp force injuries that I had described in the report.
All right, and the 31 injuries you talked about?
Yes, that is correct.
And so you were talking about these letters. And so does each of these letters then correspond to an injury that you observed on Mr. Breaux?
Yes, or a group of injuries that wrote in the report.
Okay, let's go through them. I want to start here with A.
Okay.
You see where A is on the diagram?
Yes, I do.
What was A?
That referred to what I described in the report as a stab wound of the lateral left side of the upper chest, around here.
And at this point, we're going to begin with some graphic photographs.
Okay, hold on. I want to talk to counsel. Sidebar. Thank you. Off the record. Counsel some guidance, and so I just want to reiterate, we're not going to show live stream any graphic pictures. Okay, Mr. Vanderhook, your witness.
Thank you. And before we put up the photograph document, I just want to ask you a little bit about the drawing still here. So for each of these, they appear to be not just dots but more lines. Do you see that?
Yes.
Does the directionality of the line on the diagram have any significance to you? Do you take any care when you put that directionality?
Yes, I do. They in general, refer to the direction of the injuries identified on the body.
So these kind of sharp force injuries that you're observing on Mr. Breaux, are they? What shape are they?
Well, on the body, they would appear linear, or in some cases triangular.
Okay, and so now we're going to start with the images, and we're going to be starting at A. We could switch to counsel table. So doctor, for each of these injuries, we're just only going to cover a little bit of information on each one. I would just kind of like to know, I would like to know if the injury orientation on the diagram that's reflecting the orientation is correct. And then I would like to know the approximate width of the injury and the depth of the injury.
Sure.
And so we can start with this A, and can you point out which one is, oh, sorry.
Hold on just a second. We just had a technical glitch. Okay, it's on. Thanks.
So these blue dots with letters, are those, what are those letters talking about?
Right, so during autopsy, I want to make sure that every single injury is photographed. So I just add some labels to keep track, but they do not necessarily represent exactly how I may order the injuries in the report.
Okay, so the labels are not the same labels that you're using on the diagram?
Correct.
Okay. So with the laser pointer, can you point out where injury A is?
Yes, that would be the label E.
Okay, and about what are the diameter or measurements of the injury?
Yes, sure. To refer to report, it was approximately 7/8 inch in length and then 1/8 inch in width after reapproximation. So that's a process where we kind of pinch it together to get a relative estimate of what the estimated width is.
What's the point of pinching it together to do that? I mean, what does that accomplish?
Yeah, so on your body, depending on the orientation of how the wound was inflicted, your skin may stretch out in different ways. So some injuries may appear wider or narrower, depending on how your skin may stretch.
Okay, so when you're taking the measurements, you're pinching it back together to avoid measuring stretched injuries?
Correct.
Okay. So for this injury A, what's the depth of the injury?
The estimated depth of penetration was 1 1/4 inches.
Okay, and where is injury B?
Okay, so injury B would be label F.
Okay, and what are the dimensions and depth of that injury?
Yes, it was again approximately 7/8 by 1/8 inch, and the depth of penetration was also 1 1/4 inch.
Okay, and where is injury C?
Injury C would be an image with the blue label of Q on the back.
All right, so up on the screen now, can you see injury C?
It may be because of the glare, but visually for me, I can't see a label Q.
Okay. Based on your sketch of Mr. Breaux and knowing where injury C is on the sketch, can you tell where injury C is?
I believe this is the label Q. Or, sorry, this is Q.
All right, thank you. And so for Q, or as it is in your chart, injury C, what are the dimensions and the depth of that injury?
1 1/2 by 1/8 inches.
And what is the depth?
The depth was superficial.
Okay, and then for injury D, where was that?
D was labeled R, so it would be these two.
Okay, so D is actually 2 different injuries?
Correct, I had grouped them together in the report.
Okay, so for those 2 injuries, can you just give me the dimensions and depth of each of those injuries?
Yes, approximately 1 inch by 1/8 inch with a maximum depth of approximately 1 inch.
Right, so we talked a couple times now about depth of injuries. How is it that you're even able to determine the depth of an injury?
Right, so I take an object such as a rod and then simply I stick it in and see how far it goes, and then I compare it to, I match it to a ruler.
Okay, and then, so we just talked about the 2 stab wounds that were D. Where is E?
E would be the label P, so I believe P is right here.
Okay, and what are the dimensions and depth of that injury?
It was 1/8 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch,
Okay.
and the depth was 1 3/4 of an inch.
And then for injury F, where was that?
Injury F was the group of injuries that I had labeled with P. Let's see. It's hard to see if P is on this image. Or sorry, ST and U. I apologize. So it would be ST and it's upside down, but
Okay,
yeah.
so these injuries labeled ST and U, how many total injuries are they on Mr. Breaux's body?
4.
Okay, and for each of those, can you give me the dimensions of the injury and the depth?
Yes, they were, in terms of length, they range from 1 to 1.5 inches, width approximately 1/8 of an inch, and the depth of penetration up to 3.5 inches.
And so, moving on to injury G, where was that?
You clarify that ST and U, the labels, or ST and U for the chart?
So, the injuries we were just talking about, on your diagram, are they F?
Yes, they're labeled ST and U.
But in the kind of sketch that you have, they're labeled?
Yes, on the sketch it's F, correct.
Thank you. All right. So, still sticking with the sketch.
Okay.
The injuries that are G on the sketch, where are they in the image?
Yes, so they would be the label W.
And so, how many wounds are represented in group G?
3 wounds.
And what are their dimensions and depth?
The dimensions are, they measure approximately 1.5 inches in length and 1/8 inch in width.
And what is the depth?
And the depth was up to 3.5 inches.
All right, so for injury H, what's that?
Injury H is what was labeled as V.
And what are the dimensions and depth of H?
1 1/8 inch long by 1/8 inch wide with a depth of penetration of 2.5 inches.
All right, referring back to your sketch.
Is there any objection to Exhibit 11? This is going to be admitted.
No.
Right, just to the jury, listen, a lot of detail here, okay? So the Exhibit 11 with the detail in it, it's going to be entered into evidence and you'll have access to it. Okay.
So going back to your sketch for injury I, where's that at?
Injury I is what's located as label X.
And what is the dimensions and depth of that injury?
Yes, it's 1 3/8 of an inch long by 1/8 inch wide with a depth of penetration of 3 inches.
Okay, and then on your sketch you have something labeled J on the sketch. What's that on Mr. Breaux's body?
So that would be label Y. I believe it's cut off on this image. It's like higher up, or lower in terms of his body.
Are you able to see here?
Yes, correct. So,
Okay,
where the mouse is.
So for this, which is the sticker Y, but is J on your sketch, what are the dimensions and depth of this?
Yes, measure approximately 1 5/8 of an inch long by 1/8 inch wide with a depth of penetration up to 1 3/4 of an inch.
Okay, and then for what's on your sketch is K, where is that?
K was on the anterior right shoulder, so on the
There, what does anterior right shoulder mean?
right. So anterior is the front side, and your right shoulder is this part of your body where your chest connects to your arm.
And so from, is it visible in this photograph?
Yes.
Okay, so this is photo 6619. Where in the photograph is it?
I point that out again right here.
Okay, and what, for this, what is the, how many wounds are we talking about?
2, and they measured 1 1/4 inch long by 1/8 inch wide with a depth of penetration up to 3 1/4 inches.
Okay, and then for what's on your chart as L, where is that on Mr. Breaux's body?
Right, so it would be on the lateral right arm. I don't know if you have an image with all of the labels.
And so, what is lateral right arm?
Yeah, so your right arm is here where it extends from your shoulder to your elbow, and then the lateral. If we imagine a human in what we call anatomic position, which is how I'm describing myself right now, with your palms facing outwards, the lateral would be the side facing outwards.
Okay, can you see it in this photograph?
No.
Okay, we'll proceed without a photograph on that one.
Okay, sure.
Where on the body is it?
Right, so on the lateral right arm, so once again, your arm, what I describe as your arm is from your shoulder to your elbow, and then we describe injuries in terms of anatomic position, which is someone supine, which is face up or head up, and then their palms facing outwards. So it would be lateral would be the outside of your arm.
Okay. And for L, the L on your sketch, what is the dimensions and depth of that injury?
1.5 inches long by 1/8 inch wide, with a depth of penetration up to 3 inches.
Okay, so for M on your sketch, where is that?
It's labeled O. You see that right here.
Okay, and what are the dimensions and depth of that injury?
It was approximately 3 inches long by 1/4 inch wide, with a depth up to 2.5 inches.
All right, and in this photograph, that appears to be like a really big injury. Why does it appear so large here?
Right. There could be many explanations. One of which is that it just depends on how the skin stretches in that area.
Okay, and then going from M to N, what is N?
Right, so N would be the label B, which it's not on this picture, but I saw a picture of it earlier.
All right, how many injuries are we talking about when we're talking about N?
There were approximately 3, and they range from 1/2 inch to 1 1/4 inch in length and 1/8 inch in width, and with a depth of 2 1/4 inches.
All right, and
Right there.
I have image 6629 on the screen. Are you able to see that?
Yes.
Do you see the injuries?
Yes, I will highlight.
And so are they the ones with the sticker B?
That is correct.
So they're on your chart, they're N.
Correct.
Okay. And what is the dimensions and depth for these injuries?
Right, so it's 1/2 to 1 1/4 inch long by 1/8 inch wide, with a depth of 2 1/4 inches.
All right, so then we're going to move on to O.
Okay.
On your sketch, where is O?
It's labeled here, what I call the lateral, or the outside of your body, or facing outwards, and your right elbow.
And then what is the dimensions and depth of this injury?
It was approximately 2.5 inches long by 1/4 inches wide, with a depth of 1.5 inches.
So I'm going to ask you a question here. For a lot of these injuries, you've been giving us measurements of like 1 inch to 1.5 inches, and on this one, you're giving us a larger estimate as far as the dimensions. Would that mean that a different weapon was used for this injury?
I mean, it could potentially, but not necessarily.
Okay. If it was the same weapon for all the injuries, what could cause an injury to be longer than other injuries?
The direction the injury was inflicted, for instance, if I may use myself as an example, if I accidentally cut my hand across the palm of my hand, the injury may appear much longer than, for instance, if I accidentally stabbed my hand directly, the injury might more closely match the characteristic of a knife, of the weapon that I used.
Okay, so we just talked about O. Now going back to your diagram, what is P? Where is that on Mr. Breaux?
P would match the label D, which I listed to be on the lateral right side of the forearm. So once again, laterals, if we imagine me like this, the outside of your arm, and then the forearm is defined as your elbow to your wrist, or elbow to your hand, excuse me.
So is that kind of the injury we're seeing at the right-hand edge of this photograph?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, for that injury, what are the dimensions and depth?
1.5 inches long by 1/2 inch wide, and 1/8 inch in depth.
Okay, and going back to your sketch, what is Q?
Q is what I described as a through and through stab wound on the right hand.
So what does that mean, through and through?
Yeah, so it means the injury entered on one side of the hand and then it exited the other side of the hand.
So I'm going to give you a hypothetical question. If this injury was inflicted with a knife, does that mean that the knife blade went through the hand?
Correct.
And what are the dimensions of this injury?
Right. So 1.25 by 1/16 of an inch, and with a depth of approximately 1 inch.
Okay. And so image 6655 is on the screen. Are you able to see that?
Yes.
Does that show the image?
Yes.
Okay. And we have another image here. This is 6658. Are you able to see that, sir?
Yes.
Is that same injury?
Correct.
So from this injury, we have injuries that are on the front, or on the palm of the hand, and then on the back of the hand.
Right.
Of the two, which is larger in length?
In my report, I described them approximately the same, both as 1.25 inches in length.
So from the injuries, are you able to make any determination as to whether this is from a sharp force injury coming into the palm and leaving through the back of the hand, or whether it's coming into the back of the hand and coming out the palm?
No, I'm not.
Okay, so I'm going to switch over to R, which is on your sketch is R.
Okay.
What is R? Where was that injury on Mr. Breaux?
Okay, so it's not on this image, but I described it as a stab wound of the medial left arm. So going back, if the outside, facing outwards is called lateral, then facing inside is called medial. And then once again, your left arm is defined as from your shoulder to your elbow.
All right, so are you able to see it on this image?
No, not from that image.
Or R, which was labeled G. Sorry, this image? Or is this image, can you show us about where it was on this?
Right, it was approximately around here.
On the, can you use the laser pointer and kind of point us on this?
Right. Right here.
All right, so this is image 6593, and you're kind of pointing towards an area that is a little further down the arm from the left armpit.
Correct.
And for this injury, what was the dimensions and depth of that injury?
It was 1/2 inch long by 1/8 inch wide. And the depth, as I wrote in association with the next injury, was approximately 3 inches.
Okay, so I want to pause you there.
Yeah.
With the next injury, I'm not understanding.
Right. So I described that that this wound R could be also represent a through and through wound associated with another wound.
Oh, I understand. Okay. And so it could be an injury of a knife coming entirely through the arm and then exiting.
Correct.
What would be the other injury that could be associated with that from your sketch?
It's what's labeled as S, as in snake.
Okay, and so let's talk about S. Where is S on Mr. Breaux's body?
It would be described as I described it as the lateral left arm. So it would be proximal as in closer to your shoulder, lateral on the outside, and the left arm. So once again, between your shoulder and your elbow.
You can see that area on this image. This is 6590.
It's hard for me to see. So if there's an image with the label, that would be more ideal.
Are you able to see it here?
Oh yeah, H on the image, so on the blue label, so yes.
Okay, so just kind of on the very edge of the screen here.
Correct.
All right, I want to go a little bit further down the arm. This is image 6645. We're going to leave this image up. For T, where was that located on Mr. Breaux's body?
It's located here.
Can you point it out one more time?
Oh yeah, here.
And it's the one next to the label with the letter I.
Correct.
And what is the dimensions and depth of that injury?
1 1/4 inch long by 1/8 inch wide, with a depth of up to 1 3/4 inches.
And then for U on your sketch, where is that on Mr. Breaux?
U is right here, what's labeled as J.
And then what is the dimensions and depth of that injury?
Right, the length was 2 1/4 inches by 1/8 inch wide, with a depth of 1 1/2 inches.
And then what is injury V on your sketch?
Right, so that would be, it's not shown here, but it would be on the anterior left forearm. So anterior meaning, if you imagine, once again, the palms upwards, this side of your forearm pointing upwards, and then, pointing outwards, and then the left forearm, which is from your elbow to your hand, so right here.
And so, what is the dimensions and depth of that?
Right, so the length was 3/4 inch, the width was 1/8 inch, and the depth was 3 inches.
And so these kind of measurements and these depths that you're talking about, are those recorded in your report, and you document this for each and every injury in the coroner report that we showed you?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to show you equals 37. For identification purposes, it's equals 37. It is a knife. It's been dulled down so that we don't cut ourselves.
Okay.
And it's just an exemplar knife. If you could take a look at that for me, please. I'm going to give you a hypothetical situation here. In this hypothetical, the weapon being used is a knife that is the exact same make, model, and size as People's 37, the exemplar knife you've seen in front of you. Okay?
Okay.
Given that information and the knowledge that you have about Mr. Breaux' injuries, are Mr. Breaux' injuries consistent with being inflicted by a weapon such as that?
Yes.
And so, I want to talk with you briefly about the positioning of Mr. Breaux and how his injuries can inform us as to what was going on with his positioning at the time of his attacks. And let me pull up a photograph. Photograph 7339, and this is from People's 1. So I'm showing you People's 7339. Have you seen this image before?
Yes.
And so, we didn't like this a little bit. So I'm going to give you some hypothetical questions regarding the situation, okay? For this hypothetical, I want you to assume that the person in the photograph is Mr. Breaux, and he's sitting there on that park bench deceased.
Okay.
Based on your training experience and your knowledge of the injuries to Mr. Breaux, is it likely that Mr. Breaux was in this position at the time that he sustained his injuries?
To clarify, what you're describing as seated in the
Seated on this bench with his back against the backrest, with his buttocks on the seating area and his feet down on the ground.
Right. It would be unlikely for the injuries to be sustained, at least the injuries on his back to be sustained while he was seated against the park bench.
Why is that?
Well, most of the slits of the park bench to describe it are vertical, and most of the injuries I described on his back were horizontal.
Okay, and what significance is that?
I mean, it would be unlikely for the knife, for someone to use this knife to go horizontally through the slits of the park bench.
Because it's a metal park bench.
Correct.
So I'm going to ask about a different positioning and ask you about some hypothetical questions about that. So for this, I want you to assume that Mr. Breaux is sleeping on the park bench.
Okay.
That he is sleeping on the left side of his body.
Okay.
And that his head is on that backpack scarf area, kind of using it as a pillow, with his feet out towards the other end of the park bench.
Okay.
Are Mr. Breaux' injuries consistent with someone who's lying down in that position based on his injuries? Is that a possible scenario?
Yes, the injuries described on the back.
Okay. Can you elaborate why you qualify that with the back?
Right. He also had Mr. Breaux also had some injuries on the front side of his body, such as the front side of his arm and shoulder.
Right, and he also had some fairly extensive injuries to his left arm, right?
That is correct.
And so if he's sleeping on his left side and his left arm is tucked under him, is it likely that he's being stabbed in his left arm while it's tucked under him?
It would be unlikely.
Okay. Let's talk about a hypothetical where Mr. Breaux is moving during the course of the assault, okay?
Okay.
Would his injuries be consistent with starting in the position that I just described, where he's sleeping on the bench on his left side, with his head on the backpack as if it's a pillow, and receiving his back injuries while he's on his side, and then during the course of him being assaulted, he turns and tries to defend himself with his arms.
Yes, it could be consistent.
Okay, and why do you say could?
I mean, I was not there, so of course I cannot see exactly what happened.
Understood. Is there anything about Mr. Breaux' injuries that would be inconsistent with that?
To the best of my recollection, no.
Okay. For this hypothetical, I want you to, again, assume Mr. Breaux is sleeping on his left side on the bench, using the backpack as a pillow, laid on the bench. If that is true as the starting position, then what is the most, and he's in that position when he's being attacked, what is the most likely scenario for how he ends up in this seating position?
Well, either he rose, assuming that scenario you gave, either he rose up and turned to the seating position, or the body was moved into the seating position.
Okay, so I'm going to take the same hypothetical, I'm just going to add one more movement piece to it, okay? So for this hypothetical, I want you to assume the same starting position. He's sleeping on his left side on the bench, using the backpack as a pillow, his feet out towards the other side of the bench. Are his, and then I'm going to describe a sequence of events and ask you if that would be consistent with his injuries, or whether his injuries would be in line with that, okay?
Okay.
So assuming that starting position, if Mr. Breaux is in that position, someone starts attacking him with a knife, and then he falls from the bench to the ground so that he gets kind of this dirt on his pants, and then from the ground, gets up trying to defend himself, and ultimately ends up in that position. Is there anything about his injuries that would be inconsistent with that?
No.
And would his injuries be consistent with that?
It could be.
Why do you say it could be?
Because, of course, I wasn't there, so I don't know the exact sequence of events that may or may not have happened.
Okay. And so I want to go back to the sketch of the injuries, and I want to talk a little bit more about the directionality that is going on with these injuries. So this is from People's 11, and this is the last page. You just do that. So for this, I want you to assume that a knife with this exact same type of knife, but just a duplicate copy of the same knife is being used.
Turn the lights back on.
Okay. And so on this image, we have a lot of the lines are kind of horizontal on the image. What is, if we were to assume that that knife, that same make model knife, is the knife used to kill David Breaux, what does the directionality of these tell you about the direction or the orientation of the knife as it was being used on Mr. Breaux?
Well, at least when they enter the skin, the wounds, the knife was horizontal to the body.
And so, for this hypothetical, I want you to assume a standing person, okay? So someone who's standing.
Okay.
Does that mean that the knife is, for a standing person, that the knife would be oriented so it's flat towards the ground or on its edge?
Right. To clarify, assuming a standing person, that would mean that, in reference to these wounds on the back, that the knife would be in this position, horizontal.
Okay, and so I'm going to change the hypothetical, and I want you to assume that it's someone who's on their left-hand side. Which position, orientation, and they're kind of sleeping on a bench, which orientation would the knife be in as it's entering their body.
Right, assuming that hypothetical, then the knife would be vertical.
Thank you. So, when you're doing an autopsy, who completes the death certificate? Is that you or the coroner?
The coroner.
Okay, who is it that determines during the autopsy what the cause of death was? Is that you or the coroner?
Me.
Okay, and did you complete a thorough examination of Mr. Breaux's body?
Yes, I did.
Let me ask you this. We look at photos of injuries that are visible on the external portions of the body. Is your examination limited to looking at external portions of the body?
No, it also includes the internal portion of the body.
And when you have someone who has, say, like 31 sharp force injuries, why is it that you then check the internal portion of the body as well?
Well, in every full autopsy we perform what's known as, what at first what we describe as the external portion of the autopsy and then the internal portion of the autopsy.
Okay. So for a person who has, say, a lot of sharp force injuries, are you still looking to see if there could be potentially some other cause of death for the person?
Yes, of course.
And when you're examining Mr. Breaux, did you see anything that would indicate a cause of death other than the sharp force injuries?
No.
And were you able to form an opinion as to what the cause of death for Mr. Breaux was?
Multiple sharp force injuries.
Okay. And I don't have any additional questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Vanderhood. Mr. Hutchinson, any cross? Okay, all right. And Doctor, how do you pronounce your last name?
Zoe.
Zoe. Dr. Zoe, I appreciate your time.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, have a great day.
Thank you.
Great day. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Mr. Kumar, do you have a witness?
Yes. We will call Kimberlee Guillory.
Okay. Get this Guillory. While she's coming in, I'm going to stand up and stretch. Feel free to join me off the record. Good afternoon. Come on in and stand here at the podium. Thank you for being here today. I appreciate it. My name is Sam McAdam. I'm the judge presiding over this trial. I'm going to have the clerk swear you in. After you take the oath, then you're going to sit near me here at the witness stand, and I've got two lawyers to ask questions, okay?
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in the trial now before this court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Please be seated. Please state your first and last name and spell them both.
Kimberlee, Kimberlee, Guillory, Guillory.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, we're just meeting for now.
Okay, that's fine, please. Hate to do this, but we're going to take the blinds down now. Okay, so, Mr. Demora, this is direct examination.
Okay. Good afternoon.
Hello.
Right now.
Hold on just a second.
Oh.
Ms. Guillory, could you pull that mic down closer to you, maybe scoot in a little bit?
Sure.
I just want to make sure we're able to pick you up.
How's that?
That's much better.
Okay.
Thanks. All right, counsel.
Thank you, Ms. Guillory, thank you for being here.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to ask you a couple
questions about yourself, and then I want to go to May 1st of 2023. And tell us, how old are you? I don't mean to be rude when I ask that
Okay.
question.
I don't have a problem with it. I'm 66.
Where are you currently living?
I live in Davis.
Where are you staying?
I have a home now.
When you say you have a home now, back in May of 2023, did you have a home or were you unhoused?
No, I was in-housed.
Leading up to, and I'll just get to it, you were stabbed on May 1st of 2023.
Yes.
Prior to that stabbing, where were you staying when you were unhoused?
Kind of random places. Sometimes we would just move to a different place. Sometimes we would have to be told we had to move.
When you say we would move, who were you talking about? Who's we?
Well, usually I had friends around me. I tried to always be with somebody so I wasn't alone.
Did you have a group of people that you usually would move with?
Kinda. It just depended. I'm kind of a needy person. I like things nice and neat, and a lot of homeless people don't live that way, so I had a hard time finding people that I could live that way with.
You're like all of us. We're kind of selective with our friends, right?
Yes.
Totally fair and understandable. Right before you were stabbed on May 1st, were you still living in Davis at that time?
Yes.
Where were you living at that point? Like what area, street?
I was on L Street, right where, if you go down L Street from the shelter, the homeless shelter, it kind of curves around, and it was right there. It's actually PG&E property.
And so if I show you People's Exhibit 25, would you be able to point to on here where it was you were staying at the time?
Sure.
Mayor Page on?
Okay.
Do you recognize that as a Google Maps?
Oh, wow, that's weird. Okay, right here.
Okay, and you
The
were
curve goes around here. We were right in here.
okay. And let me put this on the overhead map, or excuse me, the overhead projector for you. I think there's a laser pointer up there.
Do you want to grab that black pen, like, yes, and then point it at the screen over there.
I wondered what that was.
Press that button.
Okay.
So he's going to ask you to locate things.
Okay. Okay. Let's see. That's
So, if you could with that laser pointer, where were you?
Oh, there. That's L Street right there. Okay, so it was down about this, down here on this side.
Were you staying on?
I believe, unless it was, it might have been right here. I'm backwards. That's where it's at. 'Cause that's where the road goes.
Let me just reference you for a second. The railroad tracks are on the bottom of the screen. Does that help you?
Yes.
Okay.
So that's where it was. It was right in here.
About how long have you been living in that area?
We had only been there a couple days.
Where were you staying beforehand?
By the railroad tracks down by off of I don't know what it's called. I came from West Sacramento, so I wasn't real familiar with this area.
And that's okay. I personally don't know most landmarks. I will tell you, hey, turn by McDonald's or something like that, and I won't be able to tell you streets or anything like that. So you're in good company with us.
Thank you.
What led, when you moved to Second and L, at the PG&E station, why did you move there?
Well, I came from West Sacramento. I was, my daughter had been sick. She lived in Napa, and I was taking care of her, and she passed away. And I took care of my grandson for about a year and a half after she passed away, because he was only a year old. And then when I came home, my roommate had moved some guy into our house to help him, I guess, with the rent. And the guy had been robbing him, taking his money. He wasn't paying the rent. And when I came home, the landlord showed up 2 days later and said, if you are out in 4 days, we won't file an eviction. So I ended up on the street.
And so, was that when you ended up on the street where you were at the railroad tracks before going to L Street?
Well, the shelter didn't have, they only had so much money, so they didn't really have a place for you to sleep at night. So we just found random places to, be able to do that.
And so, when you got to L Street, why did you and the other, your friends pick that location?
Because it was empty, there was nobody else around, and it was kind of clean, it was a nice place to put, your tent. And we usually broke down in the mornings, though, and would go, come back later that night.
Where would you go when you'd break down? And I should ask first, when you say break down, you mean you would pick up your belongings and leave and go somewhere else?
Mm-hmm. Well, we'd just go and maybe leave it at the shelter until they got ready to close, and then we'd get it and carry it around till we were ready to put it up.
And what were you staying in at that time?
I was staying in my friend's tent, and he had another tent that he slept in.
I'll show you an image from People's Exhibit 24. It's in the image of the stipulation. So we're showing you image 749. 7496852 on People's Exhibit 24. Is this the area on L Street that you were staying?
It looks like it, yes.
And is that your tent?
I don't think so, because I didn't have that thing next to me.
You say that thing, what do you mean?
The green tent thing, that's whatever you call that, with the writing on it.
Oh, the canopy?
Mm-hmm.
But
it's all pretty much the same there. It just has random empty spaces.
Well, that awning itself is not yours, right?
No.
I'll show you.
That doesn't look like the right place. Oh, that does now.
All right, how about that, Ms. Guillory? Does that look like your tent?
Kind of, but I don't know. They've got a tarp over the top of it or something over the top of it. It's just all open there.
Okay, well, forget the tarp itself that's over it.
Mm-hmm.
Does that look like your tent where you were staying?
Yes.
And who owned that tent? You said it was your friend's tent?
My friend's tent.
Who's your friend?
Larry.
What's Larry's last name?
I don't know.
That is okay. So, in that area, that's the area on L Street where
Mm-hmm.
you and your friends had set up.
Yes. There was 3 of us. Oh, 4.
Including you or 3?
4. There's 4 of us, because there was a couple.
Who's that couple?
Isaac and Christine.
And who was the other individual?
and Larry, and then me.
You know Mr. Osorio?
Yes, I do.
Was he
He
saying-
actually was down at the very end, but I don't know if he was there that night. I don't know.
You say he was down at the very end.
Yeah, coming from the shelter, he was at the very end there. It's like one block.
And so closer to 3rd Street and L Street?
Mm-hmm.
And is that a yes?
Yes.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Oh, no, that's okay. You're nervous, I take it.
Yes.
It's okay. We get nervous asking questions, and I know we get nervous answering them too. So it's just for amount of court reporters that you can take that down. And so when he's a little bit further up, he wasn't part of, you wouldn't consider him part of your group where you were staying?
No.
So I want to go to May 1st of 2023, right? Can you go with me there?
Mm-hmm.
Now, around 11:45, 11:46 p.m., where were you at that time?
I think I was visiting a friend, and then I came home. Well, came to my tent.
Okay, well, let's start at the beginning of the evening. Okay. Actually, let's start at the beginning of the day. So do you remember how you started your day that day?
Usually I would go to the shelter, take a shower, do some laundry, and get dressed for the day, and then I would go do random things, maybe go get something to eat, go to the park. Not a whole lot.
And at some point, well, I should say, during your day, did you break down, and did you and your friends break down your camp, kind of like you did just described?
Yes.
When did you go back there that day on May 1st?
I believe it was probably around 7, 8 o'clock at night. I'm not really sure. Everybody was already asleep. So it might have been 9 o'clock.
Was it already dark outside?
Yes. I think.
At some point, when you got back there, did you leave to go to In-N-Out Burger or get food?
No. Not that night. I don't think.
What were, when you got back, did you stay, actually, I should say, when you got back, what did you do?
I went into my tent and I just sat down, and I had my phone, so I was looking at my phone. I had my back up against the side of the tent. Everybody else was already asleep.
Was Larry in the tent with you?
No, he was in his own tent, right next to me, though. Real close.
What was the lighting like at that time?
It was pretty dark.
Did you have, in the encampment, did you have lights, like light sources, like lamps or anything like that?
I don't think so, not then, not at that time, because we had just started staying there. So, and Larry, that was actually his tent. He let me use it, and he had another one that he was using. And no, I was in the dark in my tent. Except for my...
Stop right there and let's talk about this tent a little bit. The tent itself, did it appear to be in good condition?
I guess it was okay, yeah.
Okay,
It seemed like it was fairly new.
Did it have any like cuts or holes or anything in it?
No.
Did it have, I'm looking at this image right here in 7496981. Looking at this,
how did you get into the tent? Meaning, like, where was the opening?
That was, it was sitting just like that, basically, but the opening was on the other side.
And when you say the other side,
It was actually kind of on this side.
Right, how about with the laser pointer, if you can point to which side?
Oh, I'm
it's on?
sorry.
That's okay.
Okay, right there was the back of it. And then right here on this side was the opening for the to go in. That wasn't there.
Okay, so let me ask you, when you say the opening to get in, are you pointing to the side where that string is?
Yeah, there was a door right there.
And then when you say that wasn't there, what were you referring to?
Oh, the opening right there. It was over on the side.
Next to the sidewalk?
Yes. No, on the inside of the where the trees are.
Oh.
It was on the other side. Yes.
Got it. So it's
Sorry.
facing that wall to the EGD.
Yes.
So when you're sitting in your tent, did you have, when you said you were on your phone, did you have a lamp or anything else in there?
No, the phone kind of lit it up.
Right. If you can, let me see. Switch images quickly. Right. On People's 24, that is 7496984. Okay, so we're looking at this different angle of the same tent.
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell us, in looking at this, where you were sitting in your tent?
I was sitting in the back of it, and the door was on the side.
Were you sitting, you were pointing to the left, the upper left-hand side. Were you sitting where this, the hole in the tent is?
Okay, no. Yes, that's where I was sitting. That was all solid. And around this way was the door. And I usually I had my bed right there.
Okay, so that's my question to you.
Mm-hmm.
Your bed and where you're sitting was right where this hole in the tent is.
Yes, but it was solid there. There was no opening.
Now, when you were sitting there, was your back up against the fabric?
Yes,
Did you
it
feel
was.
the fabric against you?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And how long did you sit in that position, just on your phone?
I don't think I was there very long. Maybe 15 minutes.
While you were there, did you hear anything outside in the area?
Didn't hear a thing.
When you had gotten back to your tent and where you were staying, had you talked with any of your friends that were there?
No, they were asleep when I got back.
When you were there, when you got back there, and when you were sitting in your tent, was it raining at the time, or was it not raining?
No, it wasn't. As far as I remember, it wasn't raining.
So, right as you're sitting there on your phone, did something happen while you're sitting there too?
Yes. Somebody came, excuse me, up behind me where I was sitting outside, and they came down with a knife and cut my tent. And at the time, I wasn't sure that I was getting stabbed. I thought somebody was punching me at first.
Let me stop you right there. You never left your tent, right?
No.
Were you expecting any visitors?
No.
Were you still seated on the ground? When you said you felt like someone was punching you, I want to go through that quickly. How many times?
3 times.
That what it felt like?
Mm-hmm. First time it took my breath away, and then it just continued.
When the first time it took your breath away, how did it feel? And when I asked how it felt, was it soft, or did it feel like someone just...
Like somebody just punched me really hard in the back.
Could you feel in your back where you thought you had been punched?
Yeah, and kind of close to my waist.
If you could stand up and point to that area, if you wouldn't mind.
Right here is where it felt.
And
in this area here.
For the record, pointing towards your lower back.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes. Sorry.
It's okay. Alright, so you get hit the first time. The next, how quickly was the next, what you described all like?
It was pretty quick. I wasn't even sure that I was being stabbed at the time. I just felt like somebody was punching me really hard in my back at first.
Did it immediately hurt?
It took a couple seconds after the first blow, but yeah, it started to hurt.
How did you react?
I started screaming very loudly, and then I laid down because I guess Larry and Isaac.
Objection. Sustained. I only want you to tell us what you know at the time.
Well, that's what I was going to say, that they came running towards me, and that's when they grabbed him and started fighting with him, trying to get a hold of him.
Sustained.
Yeah, we're going to go. Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry, just the objection is sustained and the answer is stricken.
We're going to go through a series of questions on this.
Okay.
And if I cut you off, I'm not trying to be rude.
No, it's okay.
Let's have a follow-up question to that. All right, so you start screaming loudly. If you could describe for us, were you screaming like words, or were you screaming just?
I was screaming help.
No, this may seem like a silly question, but why were you screaming for help?
Because he was continuing to stab me. I didn't know who it was or why they were doing it.
As soon as you screamed, you mentioned that you lay down. Did you lay down? Let me ask you, why did you lay down?
Because I was hurting inside.
Did anyone respond to your cries for help?
Yes, Larry and Isaac did.
Guillory, were you able to see, did the person who did this to you, did they ever come inside your tent?
No.
Did
this person ever say anything to you?
No, they did not.
As you were laying there, could you hear what was going on outside your tent?
I could see them.
When you say you could see them, who are you talking to?
Larry and Isaac.
Did you see what they were doing?
They were like wrestling with him.
When you say him, who are you referring to?
Mr. Dominguez.
You just looked over and nodded at Mr. Dominguez. Do you recognize Mr. Dominguez?
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize Mr. Dominguez from May 1st, or do you recognize Mr. Dominguez from...
From May 1st.
If you could, just point to and describe an article of clothing he's wearing.
Suit and tie.
Well, can you give a little bit of description?
A black suit.
He's off to my left.
Yes.
Now, Ms. Guillory, when you were watching this, how do you realize that something had happened to you that was more than a punch?
Not until after they were done. He somehow got away from them and took off running. And
Foundation, personal knowledge.
Lay a foundation for it, certainly.
When did you figure out that what had happened to you was more than a punch?
I stood up after he had took off, and I turned around, and Isaac said, "Oh my God, you're bleeding!" And then all of a sudden, I felt blood just gush out of my back, the back of me, and that's when it really started to hurt. So I was pretty much laying on the floor when the ambulance showed up.
Did the pain increase at that point?
Yes.
Did you call 911?
I believe I did.
Is it a little bit is it hard to remember that because of January?
Yes.
Who was there another? You mentioned, I believe, Christine was also there.
I never saw Christine though. I don't know if she came out of the tent or not. I just saw Larry and Isaac.
Did someone call 911 with you?
They may have. I wasn't really aware of what was, other than what I could see right there in front of me.
Did you ever lose your consciousness or anything like that?
Yes, I did. After I actually dialed my daughter's number, and she answered the phone, and I said, "I've just been stabbed." And she goes, "Oh my God." And then the ambulance driver took the phone out of my hand. From that point, I must have lost consciousness because I don't even remember them putting me in the ambulance. I don't remember anything until waking up in the hospital.
Looking at this exhibit and this photograph right here, you mentioned that when you got to your tent on May 1st of 2023, that cut in it wasn't there. Is that right?
No.
Do you know, did this happen because of the attack on you?
Was that my tent? I don't remember what color it was, because I'd only been slept in it one night. but it had a zipper for the door.
But no other cuts in it?
No other cuts.
When you looked out and you said you saw Isaac and Larry, did you look out of this hole in the tent, or did you look out of something else?
Out of the hole.
How long did you see Isaac and Larry, once they responded to your call for help, how long did you see them fighting with Mr. Dominguez?
A couple minutes.
Did it seem that long? Could have been a little bit less.
It could have been a little less. Everything happened so quickly.
How long did you spend in the hospital, Mr. Howard?
I'm not sure. It was several weeks, I believe. The knife chopped up my kidney and my liver, so they had to reconstruct it or something.
Did you have to have surgery?
Yes.
How many?
I have no idea. I wasn't even really coherent through a lot of it. It wasn't until I came out of the anesthesia and everything. But it was pretty long. I think I was in there a few days. I mean, at least a week or two.
And glad you're here today. How long did it take for you to recover?
It took me about a month or two from the surgeries and everything.
Let me stop you there. Ms. Guillory, we're going to take an afternoon break, okay? And so we've got a few more questions for you on the other side of the break, okay? So you're excused and you're free to step out.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, then we'll take a 15-minute afternoon break. Do not research, do not form any opinions, do not discuss. And I'll see you on the other side, folks. Thank you. Off the record. sidebar. I did mention it briefly. I want to confirm that for your planning, that Friday we're going to stop at 3 o'clock sharp. Okay? So.
March 16th.
Oh, March 16th, not this Friday.
No.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that. So we're not stopping, but listen, I'll give you a heads up on how we're doing. I still will look for an opportunity to maybe stop early on Friday. You know, it's been a long week and we still have ways to go. So I'm mindful of trying to find breaks for you. So, well, maybe, so March 16th for sure, we're going to stop at 3 o'clock. As far as this Friday goes, I'll try to let you know tomorrow, but I will try to break.
Is that May?
May. Yeah, thanks, Mr. Allen. Yeah, thanks. Yeah. So that's where we're at. Okay, listen, the other thing I was going to share with you was with respect to the alternates. I think I mentioned this, but I want to be really clear that to the extent I need an alternate, I'm rolling a dice. So it'll be a dice that has 6 numbers on it. There just so happens to be 6 of you. So that's the way it works. It can be really difficult if you're an alternate and you're sitting in the 6th seat. And that's a hard proposition. So my way around that to keep everybody engaged was to make it random. And so we'll do that. If I hadn't mentioned that earlier, I wanted to. All right, so we have Ms. Guillory on the witness stand, and I want to thank her for her patience with the court. We have a few more questions for you. And we are with Mr. Kumar on direct exam. So go ahead, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Ms. Guillory, just to make sure I clarify this, the campsite where you're staying, that was in the city of Davis, correct?
Yes.
And Yolo County?
Yes.
So I want to ask you, when we're talking about who stabbed you and the injuries you got from that, afterwards, did you watch the news and news reports on the investigation?
No, I did not.
Did you ever see pictures of Mr. Reales Dominguez in the news or anything like that?
No.
Did anyone ever show you pictures of him or say, hey, this is the guy that law enforcement arrested?
No, they did not.
And I ask you that just because sometimes we take things we learn afterwards and we use them to fill in details that we may not be familiar with at the time. And just want to ask you, do you remember talking to a couple of police officers?
Yes, I do. They came to the hospital and talked to me.
And did you tell one of the police officers that the suspect came out of nowhere, the person who stabbed you came out of nowhere?
I don't think I worded it like that. It happened so quickly. I didn't know where he came from. I didn't hear him outside my tent or anything. It wasn't until he cut the tent and started stabbing me that I realized. And even then, I wasn't sure what was going on.
And when you said, why do you say that he cut the tent? And take us through that. Describe that to us.
I guess I must have looked up because I remember seeing him come down and he was cutting my tent all in one motion. And then he started stabbing me.
Or to say, like, there was no hole there before, and then there was a hole afterward.
Right.
And during that, do you remember telling the officer that you weren't able to see the person's face who did this to you?
No, I don't remember telling him that. I did actually see his face at one point while they were wrestling with him. I remember he was looking at me while I was on the floor, and he was kind of like, looked angry. But it was very brief.
See, very brief. How? Like, take us through that. How quickly, or
Just, I mean, long enough for me to see his face, because I described him to the officer.
now you play People's Exhibit 31D. And we have a stipulation, Your Honor.
Okay. Transcripts?
Yes.
Court exhibit next in order, please, 4. Sure. One for the witness. Thank you, Deputy.
Switch it to our table.
Oh my God, I'm done. David, oh my God.
Please, you asked for Ellen second. I came in at 10 and she was assaulted.
I'm hurting you guys.
Okay, you're calling from Ellen Second Street?
I'm sorry.
You're calling from L and Second Street?
Second Street. And just point the attorney as PPD.
Okay, are you the one? Listen to me. Are you the one that was assaulted?
Yes.
What happened?
I don't know. He just ripped open the can and started punching me, and then he went to one of the other tents and the other tent.
Okay, do you know who it is?
I have no idea, lady.
No, okay, you're rude.
We're fucking hurting right now.
Is it a male?
Can I talk to this woman, please? Can somebody talk to this woman on the phone? I'm hurting really bad. Okay.
Was that you on the 911?
Yes.
We'll collect the transcripts.
Do you need a moment?
No, I'm okay.
Okay, I'm almost done.
It's okay.
Was that what we heard on the 911? Was that immediately after you'd been attacked?
Yes. At that point, I didn't know I had been stabbed.
Were you in a lot of pain at that point?
Yeah.
Was it getting worse?
Mm-hmm.
Was that a yes?
Yes. Sorry.
Okay, you don't have to apologize. And once you were able to make that call, were your friends that you had been living with in that area, were they all around you in that area?
I think they weren't right in front of me at that point. They were kind of over by, I think, Isaac and Christine's. I think they were still wrestling with him. I'm not sure. They weren't right in my sight.
And prior to being attacked, that night on May 1st, 2023, did you have any fights or negative interactions or words with anyone?
No.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. DeMar. And Mr. Hutchinson, cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Ms. Guillory.
Hello.
My name is Dan Hutchinson. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask you some questions, almost all of which can be answered with a yes or no response.
Okay.
Unless I specify, I only want to know what you personally observed, what you personally heard based on your memory, not what other people told you.
Sure.
So there were 3 tents in your immediate camp area.
Yes.
You were in the tent we saw right there? Yes.
Yes.
Do you, we're assuming that's your tent, but do you recognize that as the tent you were staying in? Is there anything that you saw in the photos that makes you remember that was the tent I was in?
Well, I don't really recognize it because it was not mine. It was my friend Larry's, who was right next to me. So.
And that is Larry Pilot?
Uh-huh.
So that is his last name, P-I-L-A-T?
Pilot, yes.
And he's still in Davis?
Yes, he is.
So he had a tent in the immediate area that he was staying in?
He was right next to me.
And no one else was in Larry's tent?
No, there was no one else.
And then there was a third tent that was occupied by 2 individuals.
Which were Isaac and Christine.
That's Isaac Cheeseman?
I guess so. I never knew his last name.
His name is Isaac?
Mm-hmm.
Is he still in Davis?
Yes, they are.
And his significant other, her name is Christine Barrios?
Yes.
And so all 3 of those individuals are still in Davis?
As far as I know, they are. I haven't spoken to them for a while.
But to the best of your knowledge, they're still unhoused in Davis?
Davis, yes.
And you were asked about a Mr. Osorio, Albert Osorio?
Oh, Albert, yes.
You don't know Albert's last name?
No, I did not.
Do you know someone by the name of Albert?
Yes, I know Albert.
And he had a tent a little bit farther away?
About 4 or 5 sections away, yes.
By section, what do you mean?
Well, they kind of had, plants and stuff in between.
So he was down closer to 3rd Street?
He was right by 3rd Street, yes.
Did you know someone named John Weddle?
No.
Did you know anyone named John who was there that night?
No, I do not.
You were sitting in your tent with your back up against the side of the tent that would be facing north?
Yes.
And you were looking at your iPhone?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And you said that the phone lit up the tent?
I'm assuming it did, yes. It did what I could see.
And you've seen from living unhoused where people are looking on a phone and it lights up the tent and creates a shadow?
Yes.
And so based on that prior experience, the fact that you were looking at your phone, you believed your silhouette would be projected behind you.
Yes, I do.
And as you were sitting there, that's when you felt the punch.
Yes.
And you initially believed it was you had just been punched.
Yes, I did.
Even when you called 911, you said you had, at that point, you didn't realize you'd been stabbed.
Yes.
It was later that people pointed out you were bleeding.
I stood up and Isaac was standing behind me, I guess, and he said, "Oh my God, you're bleeding."
So, before you called 911, you said you saw Mr. Reales Dominguez coming down with his hand.
Well, that's just, I don't know if I actually saw it, but that's how the tent kind of opened up at that point. But then, you know, things happened so quickly.
So, and I understand why you would assume that, but let's focus on what you actually saw. Did you actually, when you felt the punch, did you actually turn around and see him coming down with his hand?
No, I did not.
So did you ever see a knife?
I did not.
And it's your testimony, as I understand today, that you, after you had been punched, you turned around and you saw a person you now recognize as Carlos Reales Dominguez fighting with Isaac and Larry?
With Larry. I don't know if Isaac was there, but I saw Larry.
So you saw Larry fighting with Mr. Reales Dominguez?
Yes.
So you only saw, when you looked outside, you only saw two people, Mr. Reales Dominguez and Larry?
Yes.
And it's your testimony today that the person you saw fighting with Larry, you recognize that person as being Carlos Reales Dominguez?
Yes, I do.
And that's not based on what people told you, that's based on your independent memory today?
Yes. His hair was much longer and curly.
When you were taken to the hospital, do you recall an officer named Matt Muscardini speaking with you?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Did you know that he was recording your conversation?
No.
Do you recall Mr. Detective Muscardini asking you for a description of the individual?
Yes, I do.
Did you tell him, quote, "I didn't really get a good look at him"?
I may have said that.
Did you tell Detective Muscardini that the man was white with blonde hair?
No, I did not.
At any point, have you ever told Detective Muscardini that the man who attacked you had blonde hair?
I don't remember saying that. I don't know why I would have.
Do you remember seeing blonde hair?
No.
When Mr. Reales Dominguez was ultimately arrested, do you recall Detective Muscardini calling you to tell you there had been an arrest?
No.
Do you recall someone calling to tell you that there had been an arrest?
I had several officers come and speak to me.
At some point, did anyone advise you there had been an arrest in the case?
I don't remember. I was pretty out of it.
Did you at any point ask any officer if the person who was arrested had blonde hair?
No, I don't remember saying that. I don't know why I would have.
Did you remember if Detective Muscardini asked you if you could give a description of the person's clothing?
No, I don't remember that.
Did you tell him, "I can't, no, I didn't really get a look at it, everything kind of happened so quickly"?
Yes.
Did you recall, now, as you testified here today, you said you actually saw Mr. Reales Dominguez's face?
Yes.
Did you tell Detective Muscardini 2 times on the day of May at the hospital, quote, "I didn't see his face"?
No, I don't remember that.
Did you tell Detective Muscardini, when he asked you about what clothing he was wearing, that you didn't see the rest of his body either?
I just remember seeing his face.
Do you know why you would have told Detective Muscardini you didn't see his face and he had blonde hair?
No, I don't remember why I would have said that.
Now, you recall telling Detective Muscardini you think the person might have been wearing shorts from someone who walked by earlier.
I said that?
I'm asking you if you remember saying that.
No, I don't remember saying that.
Ma'am, within the last couple of weeks, did you meet with the prosecutors to my right and other individuals to discuss kind of the procedure for testifying?
I don't think so.
Okay. Mr. Vanderhook, the gentleman.
Oh, I did meet them, and we didn't really go over a whole lot of anything. He just told me.
Did you tell them sometimes there are things I remember? Well, when did you meet with them? Was it within the last 2 weeks?
Yes.
Did you tell them did they tell you they were recording the conversation?
I don't remember if they did or not.
Did you tell them sometimes there are things I remember about that day that I'm not even sure if they even happened?
Yes.
Because after you got out of after the assault and after you got out of the hospital, you did have other conversations with people about what happened.
I'm sure I did.
And is it your testimony, ma'am, that from in the last 2 years you've never seen any television article or television story or any news article that had Mr. Reales Dominguez's photo on it? You've never seen a photo with him?
Later on I did. Maybe once. I really don't watch that much television.
But do you have a phone with internet?
Yes.
Have you ever searched and read any articles about Mr. Reales Dominguez after his arrest?
No. I may have seen a paper at the shelter or something, but I don't know if he was in it.
Isaac told, now you had gone, you think you'd been visiting a friend that evening?
I had to walk everywhere, so it takes time to walk from one place to another, but
When you got back to the tents, Larry was already in his tent asleep.
yes,
And Isaac and Christine were already in their tent asleep.
as far as I know, yes.
You don't remember seeing anybody when you arrived back at your tent.
No, I did not.
But after the assault, Isaac told you that the person who stabbed you had been there a few hours earlier.
I didn't hear that until I got out of the hospital.
When you got out of the hospital, Isaac was the one. Did Isaac tell you that?
I'm sorry, repeat what he...
Did someone tell you after you got out of the hospital that the person who stabbed you had been at the tent site approximately 2.5, 3 hours earlier scoping it out?
Well, he told me that there was someone he heard snapping outside of their tent, him and Christine's tent, and he said he touched the side of the wall and it was hard, and I guess he jumped up and unzipped but this was way later.
Way later that Isaac told you about this?
Yes, it was quite a while.
But Isaac told you that the person who stabbed you had been there 2.5 hours earlier?
Yes.
And Isaac told you that he and Mr. Osorio had chased this individual.
I don't know. He just said he did. He didn't say anybody else. He didn't say Larry or... I didn't even know that we actually referred to him as Chino, but I had no idea that he was even there.
Did Mr. Osorio, you refer to him as, you said Chino?
We called him Chino.
But when you got out of the hospital, Mr. Reales Dominguez had already been arrested.
Yes.
So Mr. Cheeseman told you that Mr. Reales Dominguez had been at the campsite 2.5 hours earlier, pushing on the tent, and that he had chased him. That's what Mr. Cheeseman told you.
Is that Isaac's last name?
Yeah, Isaac.
Okay. Well, we were actually talking to a reporter that had come to talk to me, and that's when he said that they had wrestled with him and he ran off, and I guess he ran across the street and was hiding behind the trees.
So Isaac, and this is what Isaac is telling the reporter, is about 2.5, 3 hours earlier before you were stabbed, that Mr. Reales Dominguez had been there and that Isaac had chased him and wrestled with him?
I guess so, yes.
Isaac told you this?
He was telling, yeah, I heard him saying it to the reporter.
And when Isaac told you this, you believed it, correct?
Yes.
And when you met with the district attorneys within the last 2 weeks, did you tell them at the very beginning, makes me sick that he is crying, mental? I mean, yeah, after stabbing 2 people, as many as he did. Do you recall saying that?
Yes.
And you also repeated during that conversation, you told them about how he had been there 2.5 hours earlier, scoping out. You remember bringing that up?
No.
Ma'am, at any point before today, has anyone from law enforcement told you that the person who Isaac chased was not Mr. Reales Dominguez? Has anyone ever told you that?
No, they have not.
Has anyone ever told you that the person who Isaac chased was a person named Khalid Siddiqui who'd worked at Steve's Pizza?
No. Nobody told me that.
And you've had contact with law enforcement in the last 2 years, correct?
Yes.
And during that entire 2 years, you've been under the belief that Mr. Dominguez was at your campsite 2.5, 3 hours earlier, correct? That was your belief?
That's what I was told, yes.
Yeah.
But it was a while later. It was several months later. I hadn't had any contact with anybody.
And that caused you to believe, well, of course he planned this because he was there 3 hours earlier, correct?
I figured he probably saw me come back.
And until this day, you still believe that Mr. Reales Dominguez was at your camp 2.5 hours earlier and was chased by Isaac, right?
Yes.
Anyone ever even mentioned to you the name Khalid Siddiqui?
No.
Had anyone ever told you that what Isaac told you was not true?
No.
Did you expect that if what Isaac said was determined not to be true, that someone from law enforcement would have told you?
There's some speculation.
I don't understand the question.
Can you move the mic back?
As the victim of a crime, you've been advised that you have certain rights, correct?
Yes.
You have what is called a victim advocate who consults with you throughout this process.
Sort of.
To some extent, correct?
Yes.
Was it your belief, and you conveyed to the district attorney your belief that Mr. Reales Dominguez had been at your campsite 2.5 hours earlier and had scoped it out?
Yes.
Did you bring it up in that meeting within the last 2 weeks?
I don't know. I mean, I just assumed that he must have been still out there when I came back, and that's because I wasn't there very long before it happened. So I don't know.
But when you brought it up, during the meeting with the 2 prosecutors, did they ever tell you that Mr. Reales Dominguez was not at the campsite 2.5, 3 hours earlier, but it was a man named Khalid Siddiqui? Did they ever tell you that?
No.
Did you expect that someone would have told you that what Mr. Cheeseman said, what Isaac said, was not true once they determined that?
I would have thought
There's
somebody
some
would.
relevance, argumentative.
But your belief that Mr. Reales Dominguez was at the campsite 2.5, 3 hours earlier scoping you out, that certainly has affected how you feel about this case, correct?
I only figured he saw me because I wasn't home very long before it happened. I mean, I was just there like maybe 10, 15 minutes when the attack happened. I didn't know any of that for months until I was out of the hospital, and I was in there for quite a while. And I just remember what I remember. I do remember him looking at me, though, with this look like this, like he was angry that he wasn't able to continue doing what he was doing.
And that look, it was not someone with blonde hair. It was someone
No, I don't know where the blonde hair come from. I don't remember ever saying that.
Is there a reason why you have lied to Mr. Muscardini and told him you saw blonde hair?
No.
Objection argumentative on live.
Sustained. The answer stricken. Rephrase.
When the officer was speaking to you at the hospital, you knew no one had been arrested. They told you they were trying to find the person who did this to you. Right?
Correct.
So you knew it was important to give the officer the true information to the best of your recollection.
I don't know why I would have said he had blonde hair, because I knew that his hair was black, curly, and coming down in his face. He looked straight at me with this angry look, like he didn't get to finish what he started. That's how I took it, the look, when he looked at me that way.
If he looked straight at you, why did you tell Detective Muscardini twice, 2 times in an interview, quote, "I didn't see his face"?
I don't know. Because I've gotten memories of things that's why I said I'm not, there were times that I wasn't sure exactly.
When you said you were getting memories, is that what you're referring to as sometimes there are things I remember that I'm not even sure if they happened?
Yes. But they were so vivid, I don't know. Everything happened so quickly, and it was so scary. I had no idea why somebody would be hurting me.
Do you recall giving a television interview approximately a year after your assault, where they interviewed you about what happened?
I had a couple interviews at the park.
You were sitting at the park speaking with a reporter?
Yes.
And this was approximately a year anniversary of what had happened to you.
Okay.
Well, do you remember when that interview was approximately?
Not exactly, no.
It was at a park?
Yes.
You were speaking to a reporter?
Yes.
You had your dog with you?
Yes.
Did you tell the reporter, if I do testify, I want to be in front of him, and I want him to know that I'm not going to stop until he gets life in prison, at least without parole? Do you recall saying that?
I may have.
Do you think your desire to see that outcome may have affected your memories of what you actually saw?
No.
When you gave that interview, at that point, you still believed, or at that point you believed what Isaac had told you about him being there 2.5, 3 hours earlier?
I'm not sure if I even knew at that point yet. I may have.
Did Isaac tell you before the ambulance arrived that he'd been here earlier?
No. Not that I remember.
Is Isaac kind of like an olive complexion?
He's white.
Is he white, or is he appear like he may be of mixed race?
I don't know. He just looks like a white boy to me. I mean, I'm Portuguese and Spanish.
Does he have more of an olive complexion skin?
Not really.
No. And when you thought you saw when you looked out, that you saw Larry in a physical struggle with Mr. Reales Dominguez.
Yes.
Any chance you may have seen Larry in a physical struggle with Isaac and confused him with Mr. Reales Dominguez?
I don't think so.
Nothing further, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hutchinson. That was cross. And then Mr. DeMore, any redirect?
Ms. Guillory, did anyone tell you what you should and shouldn't believe prior to testifying?
No.
Did anyone tell you how you have to testify?
No.
Did anyone tell you that you need to say or do certain things?
No.
No further questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. DeMore. All right, Ms. Guillory, thank you for making time for the court and testifying, and have a great day. Thank you.
Solely for evidentiary purposes, on a subject to recall.
Subject to recall. Thank you. Okay, have a great day, man.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. DeMore, witness to call.
Well, Officer Nicholas Peel.
Okay. Officer, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Yeah, thanks for your patience. Come on in, stand at the podium. You'll take the oath from the clerk and then the witness stand.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in the cause now before this court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please listen. Please state your first and last name and spell them both.
First name Nicholas, Nicholas. Last name Peel, Peel.
Okay, thank you. Direct exam.
Good afternoon, Officer Peel.
Good afternoon.
Officer Peel, are you currently employed by the Davis Police Department?
I am.
What do you do there?
I'm a police officer.
How long have you been a police officer?
Just over 9 years.
And were you involved in an investigation or the police response to the stabbing that took place at Sycamore Park on April 29th, 2023?
I was.
As part of being a police officer or peace officer with Davis Police Department, did you have a collateral assignment at that time?
Yes.
And was that part of the evidence response team?
Yes.
Now, Sycamore Park, is that in the city of Davis, County Yolo?
Yes.
So around 9:15 or so in the evening, is that when you were dispatched?
Yes.
So when you got on scene to the park, tell us what you observed.
I did not respond directly to the park when I was first dispatched.
Where did you go?
I responded to the west of the park, across Highway 113. There's a neighborhood. Street would be Crystal Grove Lane.
Why did you respond there?
Another officer, Corporal Lee, had arrived at the park first, and he advised over the radio. He just gave a suspect description and a direction to travel. The direction of travel was over the footbridge that went over 113 and connected to that neighborhood with Crystal Grove Lane.
When you got into that neighborhood, is that neighborhood also in the city of Davis?
Yes.
Did you locate any suspects matching that description?
No.
Did you locate anything that was of potential evidentiary value to you?
I did.
What was that?
I located a bicycle. It was on the footpath or bike path that runs parallel with Crystal Grove Lane and connects with that footbridge that runs over 113, which connects to Sycamore Park.
Describe this bicycle.
It was a men's bicycle, green, I believe it was, the make was Fuji.
And did you locate anything else next to the bicycle?
I did.
What was that?
There was also a black water bottle with the bicycle.
Now I'm going to show you People's Exhibits 25C and 25D, if I may approach.
Okay.
All right, Officer Peel, you recognize 25C as an overhead Google map image of Sycamore Park and the neighborhood you just described?
I do.
All right, is that a fair and accurate depiction of the area from April 29, 2023?
It is.
And then showing you 25D, is that also a Google map image of the same area but without the Earth imagery?
Yes.
Right, and you're familiar with both these areas?
I am.
And that area, or excuse me, 25D also is a fair and accurate depiction?
It is.
All right, so let's switch to 25C really quickly. All right, if you can, with this blue pen, mark approximately where you saw or located that bicycle and that water bottle.
I think that's visible.
All right. We'll use a laser pointer in a second. And then let's try it again on this one, on 25D. You went with a little bit more of a delicate dot so it didn't take up the entire neighborhood. Is that fair?
Yes.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Okay.
Now, with my pen, right there, is that where a blue X that's kind of in foliage of the area, is that where you found that bicycle and that water bottle?
Correct.
And then showing you 25D, that was 25C, showing you 25D. This little dot right here, off to the left of where it says 113, is that the dot you just put, you described where the bike and the water bottle were?
Correct.
Approximately how far away from the footbridge were those? Did you locate those items?
I would say approximately between 400 and 500 feet. It'd be south of the footbridge.
The condition that you found the bicycle in, was it leaning up next to something? Was it a bike rack? Where was it?
It was lying on its side. It wasn't propped up against anything. It didn't have a kickstand down. It wasn't locked to anything. When I located it, based on the positioning, it appeared to me to have been quickly abandoned.
And did you, we're going to take you back for a second. Did you ride bikes as a kid?
Yes.
And did you ever ride your bike to your friend's house?
Yes.
Did you ever throw the bike down on the grass?
Probably.
Something when you're like eager to see your friends is you kind of ditch a bike and go run and play with your friends, right?
Yes.
Is that how it appeared to you, that it's just been like dumped and
That's what it appeared to me to look like, is that it was just kind of tossed on the ground.
Did you inspect it, or I guess I should say, how close did you get to this bike?
Just within a foot or two.
Anything from what you were, excuse me, let me rephrase that. Did you notice anything about the bike? Was there any visible blood or anything like that on it from where you were standing?
From where I stood, no, I didn't examine the bike that close.
At that point, was there still a suspect that you were looking for involved in the stabbing?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the stipulation to people to exhibit 18 to show Officer Peel a couple photos of the bike.
Okay.
So showing you from People's Exhibit 18, image 0164. Officer Peel, do you recognize this?
I do.
And how do you recognize it?
That's the bike path that runs along Crystal Grove Lane.
And is that the bike path that you responded to in searching for a suspect on April 29th, 2023, just around 9:30 p.m.?
Correct.
Is that the bike we were just talking about?
It is.
So I'm showing you another image. (0167) on People's 18. Is this the same bike that you located?
Yes.
When you located the bike, when you first came across it, was it in this position or was it in a different position?
That was how I found it.
Now, are you able to see the water bottle in this photograph, in 0167?
I can't see it.
And 0169, are you able to see here? Point in the general direction where you located it.
I mean, it looks like it's in the grass there next to the bike, but that's I can't. That's what that looks like to me.
Now let me show you 0194 quickly. Is this the water bottle that you had seen next to the bike?
Yes.
And 0171, is this also another image of that bicycle?
It is.
Where did you locate, and maybe the angles are bad, where did you locate the water bottle? Maybe with the laser pointer point out there that way.
I can't. I honestly, I don't remember the exact. Oops, I'm sorry if I just hit somebody with this laser pointer. I believe it was next to the bike in this area, but I don't recall the exact positioning of the water bottle.
Now, at this point, because you were tasked with locating suspect, did you turn over, well, I should say, did you believe this was of significant or potential evidentiary value?
I did.
Did you ever leave the bike and the water bottle out of your sight at that time?
No, I continued kind of searching that just immediate area, but I didn't want to leave the bike because I thought it was relevant evidence to the case.
At some point, did you turn over supervision or guarding of these two items to other officers?
I did.
And one of those, now Corporal Josh Helton?
Correct.
After you located the bikes, did you go back and start help processing the scene in Sycamore Park?
I did.
What was your role in Sycamore Park?
I'm on the evidence response team, so I assisted with processing that scene. I was in charge of helping collect evidence.
Now, during this time, did you identify and at least identify for packaging and evidence collection certain pieces of evidence?
Yes.
Who took, let me strike that. Did you locate and water bottles that were on the path to Sycamore where Karim, Abou, and Najm had been?
There were water bottles, yes.
And did you collect those?
Yes.
And was one of those an H2GO blue water bottle with liquid in it?
I believe so. I'd have to review the report to confirm the exact brand.
And was that in your report or Sergeant Diaz's report, if you remember?
I believe that would be Sergeant Diaz's. That's where all of that was itemized.
All right. And we refresh your recollection to look at a list of those pieces of evidence to see if those are ones, in fact, that you located and ended up processing.
Yes.
If I may, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Go. Does that refresh your recollection? Excuse me.
It does.
And were those items that you ended up collecting?
Yes.
All right, just going through this, was one of the evidence items labeled CS1A, dark fiber similar to hair?
Yes.
And was another one CS1B, another dark fiber similar to hair?
Yes.
Was one of those CS1C, straw-like fiber, possibly grass?
Yes.
When I say CS, there's usually a dash, CS-1, and then a number. Or, excuse me, a number and a letter, correct?
The initials and then dash, and then a number and a letter, possibly. But yes, that is typical of how we notate things.
So just going through these, I'll take a minute or two. CS-1D, dark brown fiber, 3 inches long, possibly hair.
Yes.
And CS-2, H2GO water bottle with liquid.
Yes.
CS3, black metal water bottle, AWS.
Yes.
CS-4, beige Tilly hat.
Yes.
For the record, TILLY. CS-5, Samsonite blue backpack.
Yes.
CS-6, U-lock bike lock.
Yes.
CS7, gray blanket from medical personnel.
Yes.
CS-8, purple iPhone in black case in airplane mode.
Yes.
CS-9, broken coffee mug.
Yes.
CS-10, pieces of broken mug.
Yes.
CS-11, pieces of broken mug.
Yes.
CS-12, AirPod next to left foot.
Yes.
CS-13, AirPod next to right foot.
Yes.
CS-14, glasses, ground frame.
Yes.
CS-15, right pocket contents, keys, AirPod case, tissue paper.
Yes.
CS-16, medical gauze from left arm.
Yes.
CS-17, medical gauze from right arm.
Yes.
CS-1E, black Nike shoe, size 9 right.
Yes.
CS-1F, black Nike shoe, size 9 left.
Yes.
CS-1G, black right sock.
Yes.
CS-1H, black left sock.
Yes.
CS-1I, blue athletic shorts plus black underwear with stains.
Yes.
CS-1J, gray shirt wet with blood.
Yes.
CS-1K, gold bracelet.
Yes.
CS-1L, single tooth.
Yes.
CS-1M, medical gauze from right arm.
Yes.
And CS-118, black piece of plastic.
Yes.
And CS-19, black white bag with medical supplies.
Yes.
And were those all things that you had processed or identified?
Yes, those were all collected at the scene.
Okay, let's have one moment here. No further questions?
Good afternoon.
All those items that the prosecutor just went through, those were collected either on or around the body of Karim.
Correct.
You please, Mike. Thank you.
So there were some water bottles near where his body was.
Correct.
The water bottle that you found on the other side of the highway, someone else collected and processed that.
Correct.
That's all I wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Can we read that on that? No?
No, no.
Thank you. Officer Peel, thank you for making time. Thank you for being patient all day.
Absolutely, Your Honor.
Have a
Thank
great
you.
day, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. DeMore, do you have a witness?
Yes, PSS Sherry Cole.
Okay. All right, Ms. Sherry Cole, come on in to the podium. Thank you for being here. I'm going to have the clerk swear you in and then have you take the witness stand.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the cause now before this court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes, ma'am. Please be seated. Please state your first and last name and spell them both.
Sherry Kolb, first name S-H-E-R-I, last name K-O-L-B.
Thank you. Direct.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Cole, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
And where do you work?
Davis Police Department.
What do you do there?
I'm a police service specialist.
And we heard from Linda Schwinn yesterday what a police service specialist does. Do you and Ms. Schwinn do the same thing?
Yes.
Or have overlapping similar responsibilities, I should say.
Yes.
Probably a better way of saying that.
Correct.
And are you also a member of the evidence response team with the Davis Police Department?
I am.
So I want to ask how long you've been a PSS and how long you've been a member of the evidence response team.
I've been a police service specialist. I'm in my 30th year, and I've been on the evidence response team for approximately 7+ years.
And as part of the evidence response team, do you have a certain number of roles that you take on? You know, do you do photography? Do you do printing? Do you do swabbing? What do you do?
Correct. I do anywhere from taking overall photographs to collecting DNA swabs to taking latent fingerprints, among many other items.
I want to ask you specifically about taking latent fingerprints. What is a latent fingerprint?
A latent fingerprint is a print that can be left behind from the oily residue from your skin and left on a porous surface.
And can you tell us what's the process for, taking a print?
You take a black powder and you apply that. Let me correct myself. You should take a photo first of the area where you believe a print is going to be lifted. You take a black powder and dust that print area. Then you take a adhesive tape and put over the area where the latent or the print you believe is. Try to get all the air bubbles out of it, and then you slowly bring it back and you apply that piece of tape to a evidence card and have your print visible.
And once you have a visible print, what can you do with that, or what's the next step to identifying who that print belongs to?
That would be booked into evidence, and then normally it would be sent over to Department of Justice for a latent print expert to analyze the print.
And so I want to take you through April 29th, 2023. You're aware of the attack and stabbing of Abou, correct?
I am.
And were you involved, or were you dispatched out there to help process the scene?
I was. We received what we call an evidence response call out, and then I was directed to go to the scene where a bicycle was.
All right, and you started at the where the bicycle was. Did you eventually go back and take photographs in Sycamore Park itself?
I did.
And so the first place where you went to process a bicycle, was that where at the time Davis police officers were located guarding that bicycle?
There were, yes.
Who was that?
That was Officer Helton, and he was a training officer, and he had a trainee with him as well.
And so when you went to that location, it was at Crystal Grove and Hampton on the west side of 113, correct?
Correct.
And so when you went there, what did you see? What was the bike like? Describe it for us.
The bicycle, when I arrived, was located in front of the patrol vehicle, and I was told that they believed there was a red substance on there to believe that it was blood.
And did you inspect that on your own?
I did.
What did you observe?
I observed several different locations on the bike with red substances that I believe were blood from other experiences.
And did you also inspect a black water bottle?
I did.
Okay. And what did you notice or observe on that black water bottle?
I observed also some red substance that I believed that was blood. I also located a fingerprint, which I believed I could lift a latent print from.
All right, now I'm going to show you a couple of exhibits from people who did 18.
Is the offer of proof that the witness collected this evidence?
That Ms. Holden?
Right, is that the offer of proof here?
Yes.
Right, we stipulate?
To the fingerprint? We're stipulating that she collected the fingerprint?
Yes.
I'll stipulate to that.
Anything else that she collected that we can get a stipulation to?
I think in terms of stipulating that she processed the water bottle, lifted a print off of that, as well as processed the bike, stipulated.
Okay. Sound good?
I don't think
That sounds
Plea,
good. I
okay.
do have to authenticate some photographs with her.
No, we stipulate,
I don't know what the photographs are.
it's the bike and the material that we're talking about, the water bottle?
If I can just show Mr. Hutchinson.
Yeah.
But we'll have another round of photographs from Sycamore Park. If we have just a moment, less than a minute, we can maybe.
Less than a minute. Trying to take the fun out of your testimony.
Thanks, Your Honor.
We can reach a stipulation, that's no problem.
Okay, I appreciate the lawyer's professionalism. Okay, so, what else do we need from the witness?
So that's People's Exhibit 18.
Okay.
And then
We can do this outside the presence of the jury, and then, it'll be admitted, and then the jury will get a chance to look at it.
perfect, and I'll just talk to Mr. Hutchinson.
Okay, can we finish up with this witness?
We may be able to.
Okay, all right, there's more to do. I appreciate them working hard on it, because honestly, to go through it all, we weren't gonna finish with you today. And then I would have to have you back tomorrow, so I'm trying to avoid that.
You want to see me tomorrow?
Right.
Your Honor, once Mr. Moore gives me information about when and where the photographs were taken, we will enter a stipulation.
Yeah, okay.
And we have a stipulation to Exhibit 15 as well.
Okay. Pictures in 18 and 15.
I'm not stipulating to admissibility, just foundation, Your Honor.
Foundation. That's all this witness is here for, is the foundation.
Actually, Your Honor, on 15 itself, I do actually want to show some of the photographs because the positioning is going to be important since these are taken close in time.
Okay, well,
So,
sorry.
We have one on 18 though.
That's all right. I tried with this call. So, listen, everything's important. And
Yeah.
I want the attorneys work hard together and well, and they think it's important, then we're gonna have you back. Can you come back first thing in the morning?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, we're gonna start at 9:30.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. DeMar, can she be first? All right, outstanding. Ms. Cole, at this time, I'm gonna excuse you, and thank you. I'll see you tomorrow.
You bet.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I expect tomorrow, Thursday, I believe it's May 8th, will be a similar schedule as today. I have no reason to believe that it won't be. And so I want to thank you for your service today. 3-part admonition: don't form any opinions, don't research, and don't discuss the case other than scheduling. Have a great night. Thank you, folks. To the jury. I did want to just take up one thing and then address some scheduling. Earlier in the day, I made an order at the request of the family of the decedent, and that was a request not to publish by live stream and to prohibit the media from publishing pictures of the decedent and Ms. Guillory as well. And so I want to sharpen that order. I'm concerned that there were images that were published on the first day of trial that should not have been. I'm not going to get into the details of that, but that's my belief that that may have happened. So I want to sharpen the order. And at this time, here's the order. The court prohibits the recording or use of any picture of the bodies of David Breaux, Karim, Abou, Najm, and Kimberlee Guillory. And they cannot be used and cannot be recorded. And that includes showing them, recording them, and their person and or related blood. If a picture was inadvertently recorded, it must not be used and it must be destroyed. So if there's a member of our community that inadvertently recorded it or intentionally recorded it, at this time I should say, it must not be used, must not be published on the internet or published anywhere or disclosed to anyone, and it must be destroyed. These individuals and families of the individuals have a right against public dissemination of a private image. Although we're in a public court of law and a public trial, their privacy rights, in my view, trump any interest in live streaming or media publication of those images. Again, the courthouse is open, and anyone that wants to follow this trial can see these images as they are presented to the jury. Violation of this court order may constitute a criminal act. The court is also further ordering the sealing of any court exhibit that depicts the decedents or the injured person. The exhibit shall be used by the jury, of course, and throughout the public court process here in court. But otherwise, they will be sealed and there will be no public access without court order. And I'm making a finding as required by Rule 2.550. This is being done on the court's own motion. And anyway, I wanted to underscore that, and I regret not sharpening that order at the initiation of the trial, but hopefully we've got it right now. Mr. DeMora, any questions regarding that?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Hutchinson?
No.
Okay. All right, I wanted to thank you. Now, I have evidentiary rulings I need to make or provide guidance on, and I'm prepared to do that at 9 o'clock tomorrow. So I would like to call the case at 9 for those rulings. And Mr. DeMora, does that sound good?
It does, Your Honor.
Okay, good. 9 o'clock, sir?
Yes, Your Honor. On the rulings that the court needs to make, I know that people filed a motion to exclude the hearsay from Mr. Reales Dominguez's interrogation. If that is played, it would not be until the defense case, and I actually need time to go through and sharpen for the court to identify which portions I will seek to admit. And I haven't had an opportunity to do that yet, so I don't believe there's any need to address that tomorrow. The people have advised me they will rest no earlier than next Friday, so I can have witnesses Friday afternoon and Monday to begin. So
No later than next Friday.
They said no earlier than next Friday.
Well, I'm hoping that I can change the wording of that, but we still got time. In any event, thank you. I appreciate that. I'm prepared to, reserve on that. Then that's fine. I might provide some guidance on that in order to sharpen any briefing. Okay, so I do have some thoughts on that motion I wanted to share with the parties. And when a trial judge does that, it's a way of inviting additional focused briefing, telling the trial judge why they're either off track or why someone might agree with that direction. So I'm going to provide some guidance.
Yeah, and my position is very very little material in an interview would constitute hearsay.
Well, we're gonna get to that at 9 o'clock tomorrow.
Understood.
Yeah, it's procedure today, right now. Okay, anything else? I'm not taking argument on motions.
Oh, no.
9 o'clock tomorrow, we'll have time to go over this.
Yes, I just want to inform the court of two things, one for the record and one for scheduling purposes.
Yes, go ahead.
For the record, the parties that approached the sidebar related to the 911 call from Ms. Guillory, and the court's ruling yesterday was to revisit that and exclude that for the multiple levels of hearsay for the unidentified third party on the call. The people managed to redact that portion of the 911 call and to comply with the court's ruling, and I believe Mr. Hutchinson was okay with that, and the court was as well, and that was People's 31B that we played.
Thank you.
And then in terms of scheduling, I've informed the court before, I believe we are ahead of schedule. We'll likely rest much earlier than anticipated. Probably as Mr. Hudson said, no earlier than next Friday. There is a scheduling issue with one of the witnesses that we may be able to get around with stipulations. That could be included in stipulation 18 for the exhibit we were talking about this afternoon. I'll draft something for Mr. Hutchinson that will likely incorporate or encompass.
Just a moment. That's juror A6 at our door. 11 inquisitive jurors. Okay, anyway, can we talk about this at 9 o'clock?
Yeah.
Is there something urgent right now? Because I need to, listen, at 4:38, there's a lot that goes on. Staff need to work, the bailiffs have work to do, and we've got to get everyone going. Otherwise, the courthouse can't be done and closed at 5 o'clock. So I've got to get going.
I'll save it for tomorrow.
Okay.
Very briefly, Your Honor, the people did file that supplemental briefing on the 352 objection. That was filed this afternoon, and a courtesy copy was sent to the clerk. And so I know the court's ruling on that at 9, but I just want to let the court know that that was filed. And then additionally, in the people's motions in limine, motion limine 10 was a request to prohibit attacks or allegations of misconduct against opposing counsel, and the court reserved on that and said that we should lodge an objection when it occurs. People have also filed an objection.
Listen, you just got to let me know tomorrow, right? I'll look at the docket to see what's in there.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. All right. 9 o'clock tomorrow. Thanks. Operator.
Thank you.
Yeah.